We appreciate everyone being here today. Thank you for getting out in this weather and everything. Like I said, we appreciate you being here. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. And I'm going to ask Supervisor Tim Tatum if he'll do our invocation. And then Supervisor Leland Mitchell if he'll do the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Mr. Tatum.
Again, welcome everyone here today, and we ask that as you leave here, be careful going home. There's still some slick places out there, and we just want everyone to be safe. This time, let's pray. Our most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today just thanking you for all you do for us. Lord, we thank you for this opportunity that we have to meet here today and conduct the county business. Father, we pray that everything that we say and do will be pleasing in your sight and according to your will. And Lord, as we go through this meeting, as in every day, I pray that we'll always look to you for wisdom and guidance. In Jesus' name I pray and ask it all. Amen.
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 I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, this time we'll do the approval of the agenda. Do any of the board members have any additions, amendments, or deletions to the agenda? Yes.
Can public comment come before other matters tonight, Mr. Chairman?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir. I'll tell you the reason for that in a minute.
Okay.
And, are there any other, I need a motion that stands.
I make a motion that we approve the agenda as is.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? No. All right, thank you for that. All right, we've got some items to take care of, but I'm gonna ask if all of the board members will meet me in the front here for just a minute. You want me to use that?
If you want to.
You think I need that?
I think it looks professional.
Go ahead, yes, sir.
I'm gonna ask Madeline Self-Check if she'll come up, please. You over here, we won't bite you.
Okay.
I promise we won't bite you. I don't know if you saw the Roanoke magazine or not, but one of Franklin County's own, Madeline, one of our own, she received a certificate of recognition. And from the Franklin County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes and congratulates Madeline L. Sefcik, Roanoke Magazine Class of 2022 40 Under 40 honoree. The Board of Supervisors hereby expresses its sincere congratulations to Madeline L. Sefcik for being named a 2022 Roanoke Magazine 40 Under 40 honoree. She is the most deserving recipient of this accolade due to her tireless efforts on behalf of Franklin County and the Roanoke region. This is on behalf of the board. Thank you.
I will say one thing about Madeline. I wished I had her in.
Thank you all.
And just for a matter of record, last year, Beth Sims got the same award. She worked for the town of Rocky Mount Inn, so we've got two employees that have gotten that. So Mike told us earlier that He missed it by the age for 1 month.
Thank you.
That's pretty good achievement.
All right, I have another one of these. I'd like to ask Mr. Charles Poindexter if he'll come forward. Good to have you. Mr. Chairman, good to be with you tonight. Please. I got this in large print, so I can read it, and when I get through. I have my glasses here. If you want the large print, I'll let you come in. Whereas Mr. Charles D. Poindexter is well known for his commitment to the citizens of Franklin County and of Virginia. And whereas Mr. Poindexter was first elected to the Virginia General Assembly in 2007, bringing with him 8 years of service on the Franklin County Board of Supervisors and many years of experience in the field of information system technology. And whereas Delegate Poindexter served on the Finance Committee, the Agricultural and Natural Resources and Chesapeake Committee, and the Cities, Towns, and Counties Committee. And whereas Delegate Poindexter also served 10 years on the House Appropriations Committee, developing fiscal responsible state budget, and several years on the Public Safety Committee. And whereas Mr. Franklin County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes the contributions made by Delegate Charles D. Poindexter, whose untiring efforts and good counsel have been greatly appreciated because they have made a positive impact in furthering good government and quality services for the county's citizens and visitors. Now, be it therefore resolved that the Franklin County Board of Supervisors commends and express their sincere appreciation to Mr. Charles D. Poindexter and extend their very best wishes to him.
Very briefly, Mr. Chairman, I know you had the people's work to do. To each of you supervisors and your predecessors, I've enjoyed working with each of you, and the cooperation I've received at the state level has been superb. I've always kept your legislative agenda right at the corner of my keyboard on my computer in Richmond, so I've tried to keep you in mind even in lean times. And I'd like to also mention the staff that's worked for Franklin County since I was a supervisor and on to today. Superb, and the example today of Madeline receiving another award is the way to go. So I'm back home. I'm not going away. I'm going to take care of my county. When I came home, I vowed I'd do the best I could to give some things back, and I've worked hard at doing that. And thank you all for coming out today, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again.
I'm going to ask Mr. Billy Ferguson, if he's Director of Public Safety, if he will come forward. He has a presentation to present. Where'd he go? I know he's here.
There he is.
There he is. I didn't see him. He was behind that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. You know, the first thing we've got here is a recognition for the Franklin County Special Operations Team. There's 7 special operations teams in the state of Virginia that answer to the Virginia Department of Fire programs, one being Chesterfield, Harrisonburg, Lynchburg, Bristol, Virginia Beach, Roanoke, and Fairfax. And within that Roanoke Division 6, as we refer to it, is that team is made up of Roanoke City, Roanoke County, Salem, and Franklin County. And I think that's quite an accomplishment to our volunteers and career staff that they have the knowledge and training and ability to work with these major urban areas around the state. And with that, this Division 6 team within the last couple of years have been deployed to Texas, Tidewater area of Virginia, Danville, Virginia, Roanoke City, and most recently Buchanan County, Virginia, up in the Grundy area. So this time I'd like to ask Captain Pat Meeks to come up. He's the leader of our Special Operations team, which is comprised of both volunteer and career staff. So on, I'll read this to everyone. This is a letter from the Buchanan County Board of Supervisors that says, the Buchanan County Board of Supervisors would like to thank you for the outstanding hard work, effort, and time provided in disaster relief efforts with the flash flooding that occurred on August 30th, 2021 in the Gesses Fork area of the Knox Magisterial District of Buchanan County, Virginia. Your assistance during this difficult time will never be forgotten. And it's signed by Robert C. Horn, County Administrator of Buchanan County. Here's the nice plaque they sent us, and it's also signed by the Mr. Horn and also the Board of Supervisors of Buchanan County. So I'd like to present this to Pat and the rest of the Special Operations team on behalf of the Buchanan County Board of Supervisors.
Thank you much.
Thank you. Mr. Tatum has an award to give to retiree Billy Tyree. Mr. Tyree, will you come forward, please? Thank you.
Billy, I'd like to take this time to first of all thank you for your service in Franklin County to the community. Billy Tyree is hereby awarded this life-saving award in recognition of outstanding performance on November 13, 2021 that resulted in a life saved. Your actions reflect the highest standard of conduct for prior EMS professionals and brings great credit to the Franklin County Department of Public Safety. Again, Billy, thank you for your service. And speaking as a fellow volunteer firefighter myself, it takes a special calling to serve your community the way that you do. And I think Billy has shown the example that we as a community should be proud of. And I could be prouder of you. Thank you again for your service.
Thank you. Supervisor Smith has two that she wants to give out, or she's going to give out to Chase Ray, Dempsey Moore. It was a pretty critical incident that happened in the her district, Gills Creek District, and her and Director Ferguson are going to give out these awards. Will you two please come forward?
Yeah, and while they're coming forward, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to say for the folks in the audience that don't know, this is a result of a fire that was November 13th, about 11:30 in the southern key area of Franklin County. It was a rather large house that came into our dispatch center with 4 people trapped on a balcony. Out of those 4, 2 of them were handicapped in wheelchairs. And when it was responded to with these crews, they rescued those 4 folks off the balcony, with 3 of them being injured, 3 of our folks, Chief Moore, Billy, and Chase Ray. And then Courtney Price got the first hose line to these folks. 2 of them ended up in Roanoke Memorial Hospital for quite a long time. 1 ended up at Wake Forest University, and 1 ended up at Virginia Commonwealth University from injuries, but all survived and are still surviving today. And I think that's just magnificent for our volunteer and career staff to go in and rescue those 4 folks. And 3 of our folks were injured in the rescue, and they did not seek treatment until after these 4 folks were either airlifted from the scene or transported by ambulance. So I just want to let everybody know that. Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Director Ferguson. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to acknowledge Chief Moore and also Chase Ray, who cannot be with us today. But Dempsey is, he exemplifies the utmost professionalism and integrity in the work that he does at Scruggs Volunteer Fire Department. So I would like to present this award to Dempsey, and it reads as follows: in recognition of outstanding performance on November 13th, 2021, that resulted in a life saved. Your actions reflect the highest standard of conduct for fire and EMS professionals and brings great credit to Franklin County Department of Public Safety. So I present this to you, Chief Moore, and it is an honor to just serve beside you.
Courtney, can you come up, please? Courtney was on the first arriving engine that took the attack line that kind of protected these folks as they were making the rescue here. So, Courtney, I just want to present you this life-saving award. And it says, Courtney Price is hereby awarded this life-saving award in recognition of outstanding performance on November 13th of 2021 that resulted in a life saved. Your actions reflect the highest standard of conduct for fire and EMS professionals and bring great credit to the Department of Public Safety. Thank you very much, Courtney. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
This shows what the volunteers and career people can do together. Without all of us, this could turn out real bad. Things came together, and the reason, like myself and Billy, could go do something like that, we knew we had good backup coming. So, this shows what this county can do if it works together.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the Franklin County Board of Supervisors, I would like to congratulate all 6 recipients today of their plaques and their awards. And we certainly appreciate and thank you for your dedication and your service. All right. On our consent agenda, got anybody, any comments, anything about the consent agenda? Excuse me. All right, I need a motion that we approve that.
So move.
Need a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Thank you. Mr. Todd Daniel with VDOT. You got your snow plow outside, or did you come in your?
I can have one here shortly, Mr. Chairman, if we need. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it's good to be with you today. We have been a little busy with snow, but I'm going to leave snow to the end of my report. It's a pretty short report today, which isn't always a bad thing. But a couple highlights. NAF Road, we closed NAF Road, and I hope none of you even knew that except for me reporting it, because that would be a successful operation. We closed it for 2 days after Christmas and replaced a pipe near Metwood. It went very good. We've still got to probably do some patchwork on the pavement because that's put back pretty quickly and in not the best weather conditions for paving. But the bottom line, we got that pipe replaced, which was failing and needed replacement. So that, in our opinion, as VDOT closing a fairly highly traveled roadway, that went very well. So that was a success. We've got a couple projects underway. 602 is closed right now, Fairmount Mountain Road. We're replacing a culvert there, and that's got a few weeks to go. Highland Lake Road, Route 1105, we're doing that, currently replacing the culvert there. That's our highlights for maintenance, in addition to all the other ordinary work that we can do in cold weather. The other note I wanted to highlight on the page 2 on the report. Our Brooks Mill, Burn Chimney Road roundabout is scheduled to go to advertisement next month. We are working through the final pieces of our project development part and expect it to go to advertisement. So, if you didn't know, Sunday we did get a little snow shower, and we are still working on that. But I wanted to highlight that specifically today when I come here, not because of VDOT pushing snow and clearing the roads, which we've done an excellent job of, and I say that because of our state forces, but I also say that because of our contract help. So, I got to thinking about yesterday, what am I going to talk about with snow, and what I'm going to talk about briefly. I want to do it briefly. But what stood out to me was in Franklin County, we had 24 tractors signed up as contractors. And we signed up 3 additional motor graders under our governor's emergency declaration, which allows us to do that through our procurement procedures. And what does that mean? What does that matter? Okay, you got 27 pieces. That's not a big number, but it is hugely critical to our success. And why I want to emphasize it is we don't have that everywhere. So what we've got here is the agricultural community. It's pretty robust in Franklin County, based on my travels, and y'all know that better than I do. But those folks are bringing those tractors, and some of these are pretty large pieces of equipment. One in particular that I was following got behind on 122 Sunday. He's got both sets of wheels on each side, so he's pretty wide going down the road, but he can move some snow. And they're doing a great job. So I think that's something that it's huge benefit to us, but it's to be proud. The county should be proud of that too, that we've got that assistance in the county to help our folks that admittedly we're not as strong as we were 20 years ago. We don't have as many employees. We don't have the same equipment. We don't have the same experience that we had back 20, 30 years ago when I started. A very different experience level with our folks that work here. But it was great to see. Those individuals help us a lot. It also helps their business during the winter when they may or may not be able to use that equipment. So I want to send out a big thanks to the Franklin County community for that help. Otherwise, our roads wouldn't be in the shape they are today. So, and that's all I've got today, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Daniels, thank you for you and your staff, and please pass that on to your staff, the appreciation of the snow plowing in bad weather, cold weather, and they out there doing that. We really appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Anybody got any questions or Mr. Cundy?
How many tractors did you say we had, 24?
Mr. Cummings, we had 24 tractors active Sunday. We put them on the clocks somewhere, I'm going to say around the 10 o'clock hour. Tractors are only to push snow, so we don't bring them in early. But yes, 24 tractors, and we added 3 motor graders as well.
I know the one scraped my road were tractors, and like you said, these people got probably $100,000 piece of equipment going up and down the road, and I don't know how much you get paid, but anyway, they get out there at all times of the nights, and I really appreciate what the farmers and the community has done to help get us out, because it's a lot of times, that's what you see first in our area, is the farm tractors. But I appreciate, not just them, but I appreciate everybody that gets out there and gets the roads. They put their life on the line trying to help us. And I really appreciate that for everybody, not just for the tractors, but for everybody that gets out and works. I have one question. 834 from Wright 40 to Scruggs Road. Can they paint the lines anytime soon? Because the lines are getting in pretty bad shape on the road.
So soon is relative, I would say, but not in the cold weather. So we shut
Right, I understand that. How long would it be? When do y'all usually start?
We'll start back up in the spring when the temperatures allow. It's a latex paint that we put down. Of course, it's got to dry. And of course, cold weather and latex paint doesn't always go together. We do actually, quote, shut our trucks down at the district during the winter. We do some maintenance, but it's also a freezing issue, although we keep them indoors some. But Mr. Cundiff, we don't manage that program, but somewhere around April 1, somewhere in that neighborhood, depending on the weather, we'll get that going again. And we're going to make a note about Brooks Mill, but there are several others that are on that list as well that we know we need to refresh to get the lines back more evident, especially at night. So duly noted, and we'll make sure that Salem's aware of
And
that.
the older I get, the more I appreciate the lines at night.
You and I both.
But anyway, like I said, if you check, you get that
Yes,
on
sir.
your schedule, I appreciate it. And once again, thank you all. I appreciate what you do.
I will make a comment real quick, Mr. Chairman, that at Glade Hill in particular, as an example, I know we've got 6, we may have 7 tractors, which is more than dump trucks than we have at the Glade Hill area headquarters. And they do work 24 hours a day when they're working for us. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you for recognizing them too.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Daniels, I just wanted to take this opportunity. I echo the comments by our chairman with regard to the storm event, but we are very fortunate to have the caliber of talent that we have in Salem in our district. And I know every time I have interaction with you and with Brian, Lisa, it is exceptional, and I appreciate it. And this past storm is another example of you guys just rise to the occasion, and we are on the receiving end of that, and we're very appreciative.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Mr. Brian Carter.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So your finance report for December 31st, 6 months of the fiscal year. So we'd be looking at about 50% of budget for the ones that come in monthly. You can see, so we did have our property tax collections come due December 5th. We'll have a little bit more detail on that. Everything is trending as we would expect it to, so that's a positive. You can see we're at 98.5% for the year. That's pretty typical. We still collect for the remaining months of the year. Your other taxes, so other local, which is our monthly, is at 63%, so we are trending well above the 50% we would want to see. Same thing with most other taxes. Revenue from use of money and property is interest earnings. We know that's low. We'll probably catch up some because we're have a higher cash balance right now due to the property tax collections over the next few months. On the expenditure side, we are at or below 50% within a reasonable realm of variance, so there's no concern from a departmental level at this point. Do have a little bit more detail on some inflationary pressures. We'll get to that in some other slides, but overall our budgets are still doing very well. So graphing that out on the revenues, you can see we are a little bit ahead. The red line is the current year compared to the prior year. And so we see nominal revenue growth typically, and so we're seeing that again. We have a couple of drivers that are the reason for that, and so we'll get into a little bit more. So to break that down by category, your property taxes, you can see year over year, we are up about $1.5 million compared to where we were last year. That's mostly personal property. We have a little more detail on that. Other local taxes is a little bit ahead, mostly sales tax driving that. And then our state revenue's up a little bit, nothing particular about that, just timing. So for real estate, you can see through December, we are up about $567,000 year over year. That's about 1.4%. So if you remember, we typically say in real estate, anywhere between 0.5% to 1% in normal growth, and then you throw in maybe some new construction, things of that nature that happen outside of the normal January 1st assessment. But this is trending exactly where we would expect it to trend. So it's good growth. It's not phenomenal growth, especially since real estate tax is such a large part of our budget and our recurring funding source. Personal property is the tax that is showing a large increase. So we're at about 1.2 million compared to the same time last year. That's about a 10% increase. Typically, we see a 3 to 5% increase, just depends on the year. So our assessments are higher, and we're collecting that revenue on the personal. You can see we're at about 102% of the budget. I think as we look at some of the other taxes, they're trending okay, but when we look at inflationary pressures, we may be looking to this additional personal property revenue to help pay for some of that. And so I'll have a little more in detail on some of the slides. So for sales tax, it's trending historically where we would want it to be. It's about 5.9% increase from last year, a little under $200,000. And that's normal growth from what we would expect in sales tax. You'd like to be at least in the 5% range. Meals tax is still trending. It was down a little bit for the month, but year to date, it's still up 13.7%, $95,000 almost. And that's a healthy increase. And occupancy is up 51,000, 32.5%. Most of that is the additional 2% that became effective July 1st. There really isn't a lot of growth year over year if you back that out, based on what you would expect to see. So for expenditures, you can see we have December, it increases. That's mostly what we call our transfers, so the payments to other funds that we make, our capital fund, our debt fund. So that jumps the expenditures. It's not normal recurring operating. It's more a one-time operational accounting treatment. So nothing is trending, as we showed with the percentages, out of the realm. That's normal where we would expect to be for a normal December spend. Okay, categorically, you can see we're in line with across all of our major functional areas where we would want to be. The yellow bar is the current year. The green is the prior year. You can see they're pretty much even. Now, the one that is really down is public safety, and again, that's the CARES Act spend. If you remember, that was originally had a deadline of December 30th last year, and so we were in the rush to get everything spent down to meet that. And so that really is the difference in why we're seeing such a decrease in public safety expenses this year. Health and welfare is pretty even across social services and CSA. There's not a lot of variation there. We're still seeing a lot of high dollar cases in CSA. We'll see how that shakes out as we move throughout the year. But right now we're in a good status quo comparison. Fund balance really is unchanged from prior months, so we were presented with the audited numbers. We have our surpluses and rollover funding that the board approved through previous action for the county and then the schools. And then we have our 20% policy minimum. So we have about $7.8 million right now remaining over our policy minimum. So for economic update, we had another difficult month for inflation. It was at 7% for December. So typically, I mean, if you remember, CPI historically for the last decade has been 2%. It's fluctuated a little bit, but it's mainly been 2%. So you can see now for quite a while, for 7-8 months, that it's been above 2%. And that's a struggle for us to keep up with, and it's going to increase. And one of the things that I wanted to point out, because we get focused on the cost of fuel or the cost of electricity or things of that nature. The Fed chair, which I know very few people want to read what the Fed chair says, but it's what I do. But the Fed chair basically says that he's actually concerned more about the labor force than he is the inflationary supply chain. And I agree with that. And the reason for that is everybody now is paying $18, $20 an hour to get people that used to pay $12 to $14 an hour, and they still can't fill the positions. And so when we're hiring staff to try and compete, it's tough for somebody to say, I'll jump on that ambulance when I can go down to Ply Gym and make more money with less risk. And we're going to face that pressure. Local governments are already facing it. We're going to continue to face it. That, to me, is the greatest inflationary pressure over the supply chain at this point. So you'll hear more from that from us as we go throughout the budget. We also realize that we have a compensation study coming, but really the pressure on our budget is going to be our staff and that pay, and just to keep qualified staff hired. Fuel costs in the current year budget are a concern. The departments that have very little discretion on whether they travel or not, a lot can use some virtual meetings and things of that nature now. But our sheriff's office, our public safety, our parks and rec, for example, those are things that they have to actually use their fuel line. That's part of their job. We would expect to be at 50%. We're at 60 to 68 or 69% of the budget right now. And so back to that personal property increase, what I'm expecting in the next few months as we continue to monitor is that we'll probably have to use some of that excess revenue per se to help keep our departments whole, because we really didn't set aside a fuel reserve in this year's budget. Right now, they'll start compensating from other line items for fuel, and so we'll monitor that. Electricity, excuse me, things of that nature for energy. Other costs aren't really trending above, but the fuel line, especially in those particular departments, is beginning to be a little bit of a concern. For state updates, so that we really haven't had a lot of action since last month. We mentioned to you Governor Northam's proposal. And so part of that is, and a lot of that is, again, the state is focusing on people as well. So the Governor Northam proposed a 10% increase over the biennium, so it's 5% per year. They do a 2-year budget, so 5% per year. That's for general state employees, but that also filters down to state-supported local employees, our compensation board-funded positions, and the sheriff's office, and for our other constitutional offices. The sheriffs, they also propose raising sheriff's deputy pay by 20%. Now, we're a little ahead of that because we've paid a little bit more than the comp board historically has with our increases. But if that minimum hits, we're going to have to pay them, and then that creates resulting compression outside of any compensation study at this point. Just a reminder, a 5% cost of living adjustment is somewhere in the $1.2 million range, and that's across the board for all employees. But if the state passes that and we have to follow suit, that's a lot of money for us to try and keep up with what the state's doing. And we have a similar situation, and on the school side, in the proposed budget is the SOQ positions. There are, of course, other positions that aren't SOQ funded in the schools. So that's a 5% increase. How do we equalize that? That will, I'm sure, be a spending pressure. So far, it looks like the hold harmless funding for the school ADM will continue. Let's hope that that is the case. The one thing that we're still looking at, so we've seen some recent developments related to the grocery tax, and we'll see what comes out of the General Assembly. Haven't really seen a lot on that as far as the local impact, but it will be an impact. I've been working with the Commissioner's office. We will try and come up with a number. We really don't have the data from the State Department of Taxation, so we're going to have to use some estimates based on professional judgment. So that's something we'll try and gauge an impact as we move throughout the budget process, but it will be an impact. If they eliminate that, that's sales tax from our grocery stores that we will no longer receive. So we're monitoring those. And then, of course, we have a new governor that was just inaugurated, and so we'll see as we work through this legislative session what changes he might modify from Governor Northam's previous submission. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Mr. Cundy?
Oh, you're talking about the inflation ratio, and I read on here also it said that it looked for it to slow down. My gracious, 7% now. If it slows down, what's it going to be by the end of the year? 15%?
The inflation. So the economists, and I'm not an expert on that. They think the supply chain will slow down the first half of this year. So by the summer, they're thinking inflation will slow down from the supply chain issue. That may be so, maybe not. My concern is the supply chain may slow down. I don't think your labor will slow down. At least as long as current policy is in place, I think you're going to still see inflation by the summer.
Anyone else? Ron?
Hey, Brian. Play my broken record like I usually do, but I always mention the apparatus here in the county. Do you think it'd be wise, with money we got, twice your tax collections, for just start planning and getting some, like staff get with Director Ferguson and like Ferrum and Callaway, since there's next two on the list, try to start getting those planned, getting trucks spec'd out, stuff like that? Do you think it'd be wise for staff and Director Ferguson and those chiefs to start working on that? Because it takes 18 months to get a fire truck.
It does.
So,
and that's part of the supply chain.
Right.
So everything's behind, takes longer to get it if you can get it.
Right.
And so from an ordering standpoint, so budgetarily, we budget, we have that rotation, and I know we're caught up from the standpoint of we've ordered, I believe Burnt Chimney was the last truck, and so that's actually keeping us current. We may not have the truck in hand, but it's ordered and it's been funded. Now, from this standpoint, I think Ferrum was next from previous discussions, and so that would be what we would look at in this current budget cycle to fund, effective July 1st. But once the budget is really adopted, I think Director Ferguson could then order a truck. I would assume at this point they're mostly spec'd out. It's just a matter of the funding.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I've asked Mr. Carter for, as a follow-up to last Thursday's joint meeting with the Franklin County School Board and the Board of Supervisors, and I see our school superintendent and a member of the school board here with us today. Welcome. Nice to see you in the audience. But as a follow-up, I think the board had some questions regarding that meeting in terms of the school's maintenance priority. The schools shared with us last Thursday evening that the maintenance priority of the school system was the HVAC system for the East and West Halls. West Hall, certainly a 46-year-old building in need of a HVAC replacement, and then also the roof and so forth. And so that being said, I know the consensus of the Franklin County Board of Supervisors was receptive to that project. And so I've asked Mr. Carter maybe to share a couple of bullet points today, if we may, Mr. Chairman, because the board had requested us to follow back up with the information in terms of the timing and the sequencing of that. So if I may, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Carter, if you could share that.
So we did put together this, should the board want to review it. A lot of this information is actually taken from what the board's previously seen from the school presentation, at least the first part of it. And so just to recap, so we're looking at HVAC replacement at both East and West campuses at the middle school. We're also looking at a roof replacement at the West campus. And the estimated completion on that would be July 2025. It is a significant undertaking for that project. And also, as we said, with supply chain, there's just lead time that has to be built into any project right now for the equipment and things of that nature. Grant funds, so if you remember the schools were dedicating grant funding, ESSER funding, and so that has a spend date really of September 30th, 2024. And so all said and done throughout the project, and they were putting together several $1 million, the need from the county was around 11 million, little north of that, I would say 12 million right now in order to fully complete the projects. And so, the idea is, of course, you spend the grant money first, so we have some lead time before county money would be needed. One of the things that we need to look at and engage is really, board support or really approval for the school board to move forward with contracting with, probably procuring an A&E firm to get the engineering done so we could get some better estimates. That's going to be a several-month process. And then that would kind of, in my opinion, give us better estimates when it comes time to actually bid construction. And so that's something that I know the school board would like to make sure the board is okay with based on that presentation. Of course, through that process, we'll have more detailed project information. When we get ready to bid for construction, we'll probably have a better estimate. We'll see what inflationary factors may have impacted the original cost estimate. And the other thing on the county funding is county funds really aren't needed for at least the first 18 months of the project. That's the projection. So all being said, what we have time for from a borrowing standpoint or from a funding standpoint, should we choose another method, because we do not have 11 million in cash just sitting around, is that we have time to go through a budget process, look at our capital needs, see if there are other things that we need to incorporate and using economies of scale in a sense, and just make sure that we capture all of that at one time based on our spending needs. So we certainly in the future will have Davenport back down here. I will tell you from the, we can, if it remind you from the previous presentation, we're well within our ability to borrow the money and fund this with no need to increase any taxes to pay for it. So that being said, I'm not sure if that addressed some of the board's questions, but I'll be happy to try and answer any more on the funding and things of that nature, but wanted to know the board's feedback, and really for our school board, if they can move forward and what your thoughts are on that process.
Where do you think the funds will come from?
If we dedicate and obligate $11 million, it'll probably have to be borrowed. Now, we have twice a year collection coming up. I don't think using it all for this is the best use of that money, and that was part of Davenport's presentation. I think to maximize it, we're probably still going to want to use a borrowing, use our existing money to help pay for it. We'll have debt drop off, mostly on the school side. That will then, in the next year or two, that could then be repurposed to really pay for this. So it really is, there's not additional funding needed.
Okay, anybody else?
I do, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Brian, thank you for the overview on this. I think it's very timely. And I would like to publicly commend our school board and my colleagues up here for what I refer to as a very productive meeting last Thursday evening. I think it would be in good order for this board to and I'm happy to make a motion at the time to move forward with support of A&E to get to cost estimates and engineering to move this project along that's extremely overdue. But I do want to acknowledge the fact that something fairly unprecedented has happened. The school board is bringing approximately $7 million to the table, $9 million to the table. That is unprecedented, and it's commendable. And they are in the spirit of partnering with the county. And that means a great deal to me. It means a great deal to this board. And so I think moving forward, we're going to be able to do, I think, some very wonderful things for our children and for the teachers in our school division. So, Mr. Chairman, when you're ready, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Anyone else got anything to say? Any more quick?
Just kind of follow Ms. Smith. I'd like to commend them as well. I think it's great, and very fortunate to have Ms. Cobbs and the school board, because they're doing a great job, and I'm ready to move forward, and I'll second a motion when it's made.
Anyone else? Mr. Carter, what are you asking for your next steps? You're asking for a commitment today?
Up to the board. If you want to fully commit, well, understand that's several months in the future. I think at the very least, we need to be okay and approve for the school board to move forward with getting and contracting with procuring an A&E firm to then do the design, finish all the work, and then however many months that takes, I was thinking it would take at least 6 months to then come back to this board with final drawings and estimates and things of that nature. And at that time, it would be time for an approval for a construction bid. And then we would have a better idea of where the funding stream would actually come from and what that would look like.
Does that present any more questions? All right, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that the Board of Supervisors support and authorize the school board to move forward with procurement of an A&E firm to evaluate the construction costs and engineering needs to repair and replace the middle school HVAC and roof system.
Second.
Anything else? Any more comments?
This is just a motion to get the schools started. There's nothing going to totally fund it, it's just to get them started.
No funding, it's just to
Okay.
get started to see what the next steps are.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote on this, please?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Thanks, Brian.
All right, we've been asked to take a quick break, 5-minute break, and then we'll come right back. All right, before Mr. Burnett starts his presentation, I'd like to take a second to welcome and recognize some folks that we have in the room with us today. I see there are several people here from the town, Mayor Anger on his board, and the town manager and assistant town manager. And we really appreciate you all being here and taking out from your schedule. There's also a couple of folks here from the school board. I think they're interested in this feasibility study. So, Mr. Burnett, if you will do your presentation in regards to the former Moducraft facility and the Spectrum's design on the feasibility study, and then the next steps that we are facing as a board. Mr. Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My role is to introduce the firm that has done a feasibility study for us. As you know, several months ago, the board took an option to purchase the former Moducraft building here in Rocky Mount. The property has been vacant for several years, and the board asked that we do some investigation on that project, on that site. We've done environmental reviews, we've done condition assessments, and the next step was to take a look at this as a feasibility study of what potential operations or departments or operations that the board is looking at could be able to go into that facility. So this is not a report that compares different options as far as different sites or what needs to be done, recommending things. This is a report that goes into what can be done within the facility and where we go from here. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chris Venable with Spectrum Design. They have done this report for us. I think they've done a great job, and he'll go through a presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Venable.
All right. I'm Chris Venable from Spectrum Design. We're a architecture and engineering firm in Roanoke. I think some of y'all are familiar with us. We're about just under 30 people right now, and we have architects and engineers, all disciplines. So we got our team to look at the site here. I'm jumping ahead. I want to say one thing in case people were not familiar with our firm. We are doing work in the area, of course, and the most recent one is the Valley Star headquarters. It's just opening up this month, and it's prominent right along 220. It's a nice facility, a nice level of finish, some great views and looks at the neighboring surrounding vistas. But for this one is a little more straightforward. We were looking at the conditions of this Moducraft site. So really the things we were charged with performing was review the...
Mr. Venable, will you speak into the mic, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
It's easier for me to see that than this. I'll have to put my glasses on. All right. We were really charged with looking at the existing building as well as some previous investigations that were done by it was an environmental report, a few other documents that we reviewed and made sure we were aware of that information. We would do some building programming with the county departments that might make use of the facility. We also sat down with representatives from the school system and reviewed their CTE program they did about 3 years ago. And we went through that line by line just to make sure that those were still the courses they were teaching, they plan to teach in the future, and also some things about how they would function there, with the adjacencies with other departments and some things of that nature. We then developed some conceptual plans and looked at the site a bit and did some cost estimating for budgetary purposes. So what you see is the main items people think of as the big house, which was the offices for Moducraft. It's right up front. And then the very, very large metal building, which is 166,000 square feet. So we looked at the site. There's really two parcels there. The north one is just under 20 acres. The south parcel is 21.7. On that main upper parcel, the circulation is really undefined. It's a big, level, paved and gravel yard. There's really no stormwater management, which as it was used and is could be used the same way is probably not an issue. If it were to change use, the stormwater management would need to be addressed and brought up to the current state guidelines. The public utilities are at the site. It has good services there, so that is a positive. There are some out parcels on that lower site, and they were noted in some of the other reports. We looked at them ourselves. They're small fabrication buildings that could be used potentially. There's one house there from 1960s that's in poor condition. There's water coming in the roof, and that's probably one that house should be removed. But you could potentially use the other outbuildings for small fabrication industrial use. So we looked at the building up front. The office building is 23,000 square feet. It was built in the year 2000. It's a two-story building with a basement. It has an elevator. It is fully sprinkled. It's generally in good condition. I say that, but after 20 years and not being occupied for 5, it needs things that aren't a surprise. It needs a roof. It needs some general maintenance. It needs all new air conditioning, heating. If another use came in, you would probably do some reconfiguration of spaces to suit the new program of the users, and the finishes would need to be replaced. Flooring, ceilings, lighting, all that. There were a couple areas of structural repairs that need to be done. I mentioned this patio where it is given way on the side towards the building, so water is moving towards the building. We could see water damage there, and that is probably some reframing that would need to be done, but that is nothing that couldn't be taken care of. Also, accessibility for the disabled is really not taken care of well at the site, and it would need to be improved. The main manufacturing building is 166,000 square feet. It was the original piece built in '96, and then expansion was added onto it around 2000. It's a engineered metal building. It is sprinkled. It's a very flexible space. We were saying it could be used for industrial use in the future. It could be the CTE program. It could be various county department uses as well. I would look at the metal building as a shell at this point. It also has 25-year-old lighting, distribution, HVAC. Well, really, there's no AC. It's some propane-fired heating units that are really not anything you'd want to move forward with. But as far as a structural shell, that is the main value. It's a lot of square footage. It's a fairly high space. You could do a lot of things with it. We mentioned that the roofing might require a little more investigation. With our report, we were not able to get to the roof. But based on the age, we did not see any real problems. But at its age, 25 years now, it probably will need some remediation at least, and potentially re-roofing in a few years. So when we met with the county departments, there seemed to be needs for several departments that need more space. 911 needed more space with some room for expansion. We talked to them about their IT needs, some needs for some quarters when they have to stay over, one day to the next. We talked about a new data center that would be a backup to the one you have already. Emergency services could potentially move their offices there. They could also establish an emergency operations center and space for training. There's also a need for vehicle and equipment storage between emergency services and sheriff's department. There are various needs for some larger spaces, and those high bay areas would easily accommodate that. On the school side, they had their program very well defined. Besides the things you need to operate a school, administration spaces, they have a culinary arts program, business program, building trades that need large spaces and outdoor access. Automotive, again, the large spaces with outdoor access. Computer sciences, a preschool could be located there right at the front with its own drop-off. TV studio, health sciences, technology instruction, JRTC. And we discussed a auditorium space that could be used by the school as well as the county as another meeting space, training room, that sort of thing would be a welcome add to your facilities. So we tried to lay that out. Looking at the site generally, this shows we're going from one entrance to two. It's probably a good idea if you do have the school there that they have their own driveway. their own drop-off and their own parking, just separated by some landscaping. And the county uses could have their own driveway, parking entrances, and potentially multiple entrances depending on who is using it. We looked at which part of the building you could get to from grade and which part is 4 to 6 feet above the site around it. And potentially locations for some stormwater management elements. There would probably right along Weaver Street is the best place for those. The site really sheds from all directions from about where the metal building is. That's the high point of the site. So we think that can be accommodated on the site and still leave plenty of this, say, gravel yard around it for more functional uses. Inside the building, you can see we have an entry for the CTE on the upper right. That gives them their own drop-off, their own secure entrance. The administrative suite would have supervision over who's coming and control over that. There's a potential for a cafe from the culinary arts to be available to visitors, to the students. We located the spaces that we thought needed light or access to the outside around the perimeter. So we have a greenhouse on the south side for the horticulture program. Building trades would have large garage doors. They could do projects inside as well as out. Same with agriculture and the automotive, welding. Quite a bit of square footage could be developed in the future. You see this area that says county used to be determined. That is available for future assignment. And within the office building now, we saw how the public safety and some other county uses could easily use that, including the Emergency Operations Center training space and the E911 center. You have the opportunity to separate the two sites, and if you want to have the southern site become a future industrial pad, our civil engineers looked at it with roughly a 20-foot cut on the north and a 20-foot fill on the south. You'd have a good building pad. You see that 6-acre pad is pretty compatible with some of the industrial sites around it as far as room for building, room for the surrounding truck access or parking. So it'd be very compatible with the industrial parks use and would be an opportunity also to, I'm not sure if you would just encourage that to be developed by someone or if the county wanted to be involved more directly in the economic development, that's an option you have. I have a few photos here of a similar space. About 4 years ago, we took a similar metal building. It was an industrial use that became the MET1 facility for Patrick and Henry Community College. So the shell is very much like the shell you're looking at here. And people say, well, how would that serve the school function? I think these photos show you can have a very nice entry, a space that is higher finish and welcoming to visitors and students. There's a chance to build in the technology you need for many programs with a lot of flexibility. These technology labs were set up for, you can set up an assembly line with them, motorized and mechanized driven devices. Some of these spaces where they're going from design to fabrication, all in the same spaces, easily reconfigured, a lot of flexibility with power and how they can lay these labs out. This one also had the motorsports program there at Patrick and Henry. So with that, that's the highlight of the report. You have this with more detail, and I can answer any questions.
Has anybody got any? Mr. Cundy?
Yeah, well, you referred to no stormwater management. Is that good or bad?
You will need to have some if the site is redeveloped for another use. That would be some ponds, possibly bioretention ponds that would treat water. They would hold water for the quantitative requirements, and it also treat it for the quality and things that would remove the nitrogen. So it's really some constructed elements on the site that would be would take care of the stormwater needs.
So that means, it would have to be some type of stormwater development if you add on, buy the place and work the building.
Yes, I think changing the use of the building would be the trigger for having to do that.
Anyone else?
And one more question.
Yes, sir.
On the front office, how much change will have to be done in that to update it to what we particularly needing to do?
I think most of the walls will stay where they are, but we can reconfigure some, because some spaces need to be bigger, some smaller. So the non-load-bearing walls could be reconfigured very easily. I think your core with the stairs and the elevator, all that would stay. The restrooms would generally stay. We could change the finishes, the flooring, paint, ceiling, and lights, and it would then be really a new building. But
I mean, it'd be no major reconstruction.
no, I do not think we would need to change anything structurally or add to it. I think you could use what's there. When you see the hall locations and the stair locations, those would stay as they are.
All right, thank you.
Mitchell?
Yes, sir. In the diagram showing the parking lots, are you showing them paved or?
Yeah, I'll go back to that. Yes, what we are thinking is the parking lots would be paved. They would have curb and guttering. They would have islands to landscape and also direct traffic and control kind of how people go through the lots. So that they would be, the site, I think, would be a little more green than it is now. Right now, it's a sea of gray gravel and asphalt. So it would green up the front, make it more attractive on the front, but also control how pedestrians and vehicles move through it in a safer way.
And so that could control your water.
Yeah, within those green spaces, I think that's where we would show some stormwater management, and that would, in the end, reduce the amount that's leaving the site now.
And is this an estimate included in the price for this?
Yeah, in the report, we listed the scope of work and put an estimate to that. So this includes these basic stormwater management measures for developing this north site.
And the paving of the parking lots?
Yes.
Anyone else? No more questions. Thank you, sir, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is the feasibility plan as it sits today. As I stated earlier, there are no specific recommendations in here. This is a report to show you that options that you might have could fit into this facility. What you'd be looking for to do today, whether it's now or later in the meeting, would be to determine if you would like to either purchase the property, purchase additional options for additional timing to make a decision, or to not purchase the property. And so staff would be glad to answer any questions that the board has. I would be remiss if I did not say Brandy Rosser and her staff have been working on this. She's been wonderful in help pushing this through. And if those of you that got into the building today without being in all the snow and the ice, she and her staff are also the ones to thank for that. So she did a great job. So I'll be glad to answer any questions the board might have.
Anybody got any questions of Mr. Burnett in regards to the feasibility study?
I have a question. What's going to be the cost of this if we do get it and can do the CTE and do all this stuff, all this rebuilding, all this stuff going on? Is our cost yet estimate on?
They're very basic ideas at this point, Mr. Cundiff. These are ideas, and we have not gotten down into a lot of the details that can give you that. So I'd be hesitant to give you a good number at this point.
Anyone else got any questions of Mr.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I believe you said that we would need to make some kind of recommendation today as far as going under extending the contract.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mitchell. We are looking at the end of our option period coming up on January the 27th. We had the ability to purchase another 2 45-day extensions that would get us through almost the end of April, if you decided to do that. The board could, of course, decide not to do that, at which point the option would run out January 27th, or you could move forward with the purchase.
Anybody else got any questions for? Yes, Mike?
I'm prepared to make a motion if you want to at this time.
Wait just a second. Okay, we'll get to that in just a second.
Okay.
I want to make sure everybody gets their points across that they want to say. Anybody else got any questions for Mr. Burnett in regards to the feasibility study? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Burnett.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna give everybody now the opportunity to say, to make a statement or say what it is, and at the end of that, we'll do any kind of motions that we want. Who wants to go first? Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a great project. I think there's lots of opportunity here for the county. I think there's the opportunity to save taxpayers a lot of money. I think there's an opportunity to help the school system. All that being said, I don't think, based on what I've been told and what probably some of you have heard, we're going to be able to move forward with a good working relationship with the town of Rocky Mount to make these things happen. So I'm going to temper my motion and my vote based on that.
Anyone else?
Yeah, as we, I think it's very important that this board, the town council and the school board all have great working relationships. And I know this was CT is a big push for me, and I don't want to see it die, and I'm ready to switch tactics and maybe even look at where this thing was supposed to be to begin with. So,
anyone else? I've been thinking a whole lot about this. Matter of fact, it probably doesn't matter to a lot of you, but the last couple of days I haven't slept at all. And I wrote me out a statement. I've been keeping quiet a whole lot in these open public meetings. But I want to say this. First and foremost, I am not opposed to a CTE project. I am ready and eager to start a CTA project with the school board, but not a project to rebuild the high school. A project that started off for a couple or $3 million has now involved, at the last number I remember, of over $100 million. On June the 25th, 2015, at the end of the board's request in some of the county supervisors, the county bought the Purdue property, a little over 40 acres, right behind the school, for a price of $897,960. When this happened, this property came off the county tax books at a loss of $2,535.16 per year to the county and $664.96 to the town of Rocky Mount. At that time, the town had a meeting and they graciously rezoned the property from agriculture to the schools. School enrollment then, it was 7,341. At the school meeting last week, these are the numbers that came from the school. The enrollment is 5,840, which was down 210 from last year. Now, at the request of a couple of the board members and some of the members of the school board, the proposal has been wanting to purchase the property at the old Moducraft property. Both properties have approximately 40 acres. This Moducraft property is at a cost of $3,500,000. County taxes on that are $32,627.68, and the town is $6,953.44 per year. At the request here of the needs assessment, you can see that The building at Montcraft is not prepared for the CTE project without a significant renovation. The Purdue property that the county bought, there will have to be a complete and new building built. And both of them are at an unknown cost. And the taxpayers of our county are the ones that continue to pay this cost. And I'm going to say this in public out here. I am opposed to buying the Montcraft property. And it's for several reasons. The cost. We've already purchased property for the CTE building, and it's at the school. The business park, tractor and trailers, and school buses, in my opinion, do not mix. The business park is what it is, a business park. It would have to go back before the town council for rezoning, and it comes off the books for the county and the town. All of this are huge hurdles. And I don't think that it's necessary because we bought property. And because of all these reasons, I think the prudent decision to make is how much money are we willing to spend and how far are we going to go with taxpayers' money on these projects. Every time there's a new board, there's new ideas, and a time to start over. Folks, we're at a time, board, we're at a critical time here. There's a lot of money being proposed, a lot of money. And it's at our constituents and me. I'm a county. I'm a member of this county. And our taxes go up. So that's my part there. Anyone else got anything to say? If not, if there's motions to be made, we'll entertain those at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion at this time. When I was in school at Roanoke College, they had a saying, you can always throw good money after bad. I move to terminate any further discussions and exercise of options on the Montcraft facility at this time.
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote on that?
I'll reread that. You're saying we're gonna drop it, Montcraft?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, will you read the proposal back or the,
What I have, I might need a correction by Supervisor Carter. On a motion made by Supervisor Carter, he would like the Board of Supervisors to terminate any further discussions on or exercision of extensions on the Montcraft building.
Yes, ma'am.
okay?
And that was seconded. There was a few seconds, but I heard Supervisor Smith. Is that okay?
Okay, Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote on this, please?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes, ma'am.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. I want to say that I appreciate everyone being here for their interest and the working together. I think it's the CTE for the schools, in my part, it's not over with. Mr. Tatum, you've got something to say.
I do. I just want to say that the efforts put forth on the Montcraft property are not for total loss. We do have a environmental study that was done that could be used for in the future if someone comes by and has interest in that property. We have that information. And also some discussion has come up over the last several months that I've taken a real hard look at as well over time, and I firmly agree with what our chairman said earlier, where land has been purchased on Purdue Lane, the property that joins the Franklin County High School campus, and that is the fitting place for a career and technical center to be built in our county, and I too support that. And at this time, I would like to put forth a motion to immediately request the school board to do its due diligence in locating the CTE Center on the Franklin County High School campus and the property located on Purdue Lane. And this project should focus only on the CTE and associated parking. We don't want to talk about a new high school. We don't want to talk about a new renovation of high school. This is a needed project. This is a needed facility for Franklin County, but let's be real, we've got to be able to afford it. And as Chairman Thompson said, a few years ago, we sat in this room and had a presentation given to us by prior school board and prior superintendent, and the price tag at that time was over $75 million, and that was 4 or 5 years ago. We can't, that's not affordable. So I'm asking the school board, roll up your sleeves, start the due diligence, and bring us back a project that we can afford for the citizens of Franklin County. And Mr. Chairman, that is my motion.
I'll second.
All in favor? Any agreements to that? All in favor, say aye. Any, I'm sorry?
I was just gonna say that I was part of when we purchased the property, and all good intent was focused on using that property for the CTE building. And since then, it's gotten away to other things, and I'm all in favor of us continuing the effort to put CTE on the Purdue property.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a brief comment?
Yes, ma'am.
With respect to CTE, this has been a long-standing need, I think, probably up to 2 decades here in this county. We have an opportunity to do something very special for our students. We have the potential to put those reduced ADM numbers back in the schools when we have this type of programming available. What this programming is going to also do, and important to every taxpayer in this county, is it is going to provide us a skilled workforce. And a skilled workforce is an integral component of economic development. This is why there is a multifaceted benefit that will be derived by not only this Board of Supervisors, but by the school system and the education of our children. This county is in the best fiscal position it's been in for a long, long time. And I am very confident that we're going to be able to meet the challenge, and that we will work to be good partners with the school board and work with the efficiencies that are going to be required to be good fiduciaries of the taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
All right. Yes, Tommy.
I agree with my fellow board members. Matter of fact, one of the platforms I run on for re-election was see if the CTE building gets built. I agree with the board also that it should be done at the high school, so there wouldn't be no busing, no putting our students in danger as far as that's concerned, transfer and stuff like that. And I think since we had this property, I think it's going to be the best bet. And like I said, I do want to work with the school board. I do like what Mr. Tatum said, for the school board and school members to come back with a plan. And we need to sit down, discuss it, and get it all worked out. Because standing on the opposite side of the fence, you can't meet and shake hands. So let's just get together, shake hands, let's get done with the project. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just quick comment. Jeff, since you're the only one still here, all 7 board members are in support of going to Purdue property. So let's get rolling. Once again, we find ourselves behind the 8 ball.
Well, I appreciate the support that your board has given us, and the fact that we do want to move forward with it. I think there's still a lot of room to get this project done, so I appreciate it, and I know our board will too. Thank you all.
One last thing. And I'd be remiss if I didn't just say that I look forward to the opportunity not only to work with our school board on this project, but also the town council. Rocky Mount is the center of Franklin County. It's the hub. This is where we all come together, and we all need to work together. I appreciate Mayor, Vice Mayor, Stockton. I appreciate y'all coming out today. And this is a project that we can all work together, and if we all roll up our sleeves and work together on it, it'll be for the betterment of Franklin County. And just roll with it.
Mayor Engel and town council and members of the town staff. Mayor Engel and I have been meeting together periodically. I think it's been very well. I've enjoyed it. And I appreciate everything, Steve, working together with you and all. And I look forward to continuing that.
Mr.
We're
Chairman.
going to take, somebody said something wrong.
I think something that our board and the town need to get together on very soon is we need to put a business in that building because it's been vacant way too long. And since we're switching tactics here, are we allowed to meet together? I mean, we can get together with the town and talk about it, and maybe we can come up, get with our economic director and see what we can do. Like I said, we have this study now, so that would help get a business kind of ahead of the game. And I think it's important that we fill that building up. It's really important.
Got back on time, on schedule, believe it or not. We're going to take about a 10, 15-minute break. We'll meet back in B75 for a work session, and at the end of that, we'll go into a closed session. But right now, we'll take our break and go to B75. Thank you, everybody, for being here for that. Take your cheat sheet with you. I don't know what, I hadn't even been outside. What's he doing out there? Is it starting to ice over or anything? All right, what we need to do first is our board appointments. We've got 4 board appointments that I think we can fill. We'll do them one at a time. On our social services board, there has to be a board representative there. Mr. Tommy Cundy's been on there. Tommy, you are okay with
Yes, sir.
serving again?
Please.
Need a motion on that.
I'll make that motion.
A second. Madam Clerk, you want a roll call vote or is a voice vote okay?
Voice vote is good.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. All right, on the TLAC board, Lori Smith, she's been representing the board there. Smith, you okay for going back?
Yes, thank you.
Need a motion for that?
So moved.
Second.
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 All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? No. All right, Bob Commissia, he's our citizen rep on that. He states that he would be willing to go back on the TLAC board. I need a motion for that.
So moved.
Second.
Second. All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, saying no. All right, and then on the CPMT board, we have an alternate that we need to appoint there. And a lady by the name of Carol Craig. She's been serving on that. Brian's on that board, and he says that she's fulfilling her obligations on there. I need a
I would move for appointment, Mr. Chairman.
I need a second.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And on the Western Virginia Emergency Medical Services Council, Director Ferguson is on that. Our staff rep, he's willing to go back on that again. Mr. Ferguson, yes or no? Okay. I need a motion for that.
So moved.
Second.
In a second.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And then on the Western Virginia Regional Industrial Facility Authority, Christopher Whitlow, he is our representative on that, and our alternate is Steve Sandy. Both of you all willing to go back onto that board? Mr. Sandy? All right. I need a motion for both of
moved.
those, please.
Second.
All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, that was done, Madam Clerk. Is that everybody?
I think so. Yes.
Huh? All right, we're going to recess for our previously advertised public hearing. The application for George Vogel and Coves Land Holdings LLC. They've asked to postpone that until February. Mr. Sandy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That one is postponed until February, and then our Blue Ridge Tower folks, I'm not seeing them yet. I'm wondering if we might want to skip to the other 2 public hearings, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I know they were told we would begin at 6, but I don't see them yet, and I think our park superintendent has not made it from West Virginia yet either.
All right, we'll go to number 3, application for special use permit, Christy Reynolds, applicant and owner, and Kelly Fay and Jane Newton Murray, owners, requesting a special use permit with possible conditions to operate a short-term tourist rental or dwelling on approximately .53 acres in the 105 Lookout Point in the Gills Creek District. Mr. Sandy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as you mentioned, this is a special use permit request for a short-term rental on about a half-acre lot, zoned A1. And since it is A1 zoning, we do allow short-term rentals, but only through the issuance of a special use permit by the board. And so this particular request is a 2-story single-family residence. built in 2010. It's a three and a half bath, 3-bedroom house. Nearby parcels are also single-family residence. Property does sit on the crest of a hill and is surrounded by trees on the right, left, and the rear. The applicant does not currently reside in the primary dwelling on the property. And so this is, as you mentioned, it's in Gills Creek, and so this is just a locational map. This is the property here, outlined in blue on Lookout Point Drive. So it's not a waterfront lot, but it is a waterfront subdivision. And again, this is the property here, this half-acre lot. It is shown as low-density residential in the comp plan. And the Planning Commission did hold a public hearing on this last month, and the Planning Commission has recommended approval of the request by a vote of 6-1 with the following 5 conditions, and these are typical of what you've seen over the past several months. Number 1 is the permit authorizes a short-term rental of just the existing dwelling on this parcel only. No additional dwellings are authorized for that use. Number 2 just really talks to compliance with the zoning regulations. Number 3 is the requirement to provide liability insurance. And number 4, that the reminding and making it clear that the owner must register this short-term rental and consent to the inspections that are part of that, the annual inspection. And then also finally just getting the health department approval of the septic system that it can accommodate the intended use. And so that's the recommendation from the commission with those conditions, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Anybody got any questions for Mr. Sandy for this?
Just one thing, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sandy, will you confirm that the closest home is indeed 40 to 50 feet away?
I think that would be this one. And yeah, I think you're probably right. It's probably 50 to 60 feet at the most between those dwellings there.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for Mr. Sandy?
Was there any public comment in that people didn't want it or were for it or?
Not that I'm aware of. I know I was not at the Planning Commission meeting when they had this request, so I'm not aware. I can look in the file and see if there were any. So I don't know the answer to that. But if there wasn't a lot of comment about it. But I can come back to you after we hear from the applicant and let you know.
Mr. Sandy, do you know if there's any homeowner association rules or anything for this?
I do not know.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions for Mr. Sandy? All right, we'll close the public hearing and goes into the closed public hearing. Is there anyone here wishing to speak to this? Anyone here wishing to speak to this piece of property? All right, seeing none, we'll go back into closed session. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would find that this special use permit will be of substantial detriment to the adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will be changed thereby, and that such use will not be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code. The use is permitted by right in the zoning district and with public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to deny the request.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote on this, please.
Yes, and this is a motion to deny the request. Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
No.
Supervisor Carter.
No.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
No.
Chairman Thompson.
No.
So this motion fails.
All right.
At this time, Mr. Chairman, could I offer another motion?
Please.
Okay. I find that such use will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special use permit to allow for the short-term tourist rental of a dwelling in accordance with section 25-179 of the zoning ordinance with the 5 conditions recommended by staff.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Smith,
No.
Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell,
Forgot Leland.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell,
No.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, number 4, application for downtown holding and Allison Mullen, applicant. Sandy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a similar request for a special use permit for a short-term rental. This is on a little bit larger property, a 1-acre piece of property, but also currently zoned agriculture A1. This is located at 1115 Tall Tree Road in the Union Hall District. This is a one-story single-family residence built back in the 60s. It's a four-bedroom, 2-bath property. There are kind of around it, you'll see on the map, there's some single-family homes and vacant lots. It is on the peninsula at the end of a long gravel drive with water around it. Again, you'll see that on the maps. And the applicant does not currently reside in the primary dwelling on the property. So this, again, is just a location map showing this is on the Blackwater portion of Smith Mountain Lake. And again, this is the property here highlighted on the peninsula here at the end of Tall Tree Road. And this is just the aerial photograph showing the same here. So this is the property in question at the end of the peninsula. Again, this property is also shown as low-density residential in the comprehensive plan. And the Planning Commission also considered this request at their meeting in December. And again, by a recommended vote of 6-1, they've recommended this special use permit for approval with really the exact same 5 conditions that you just heard on the previous request. And looking back through the notes on this one, there were no public comments received on this particular special use permit back in December. So I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Anybody got any questions for Mr.
I
Sandy?
have a question.
Yes, sir.
In the, I don't know how to say this, we put the boats in and out, it's just about closed up with dirt. I mean, it's silt stuff, right?
This is around B49 or B50. There's kind of that sandbar right in the middle there.
Yeah.
Just upstream a little bit is campground Ponderosa, maybe?
Right, Ponderosa, right.
Ponderosa Campground.
But concerning this part right here, it's pretty shallow water.
Right here, you can kind of see it on the map, yeah.
Yeah.
There are some sandbars that are developing there because it's up near really where the Blackwater comes into
Right.
the lake part. And this is that large structure here also that was also approved for short-term rentals a couple years back, if you recall. Some people refer to that as a castle, or it's kind of a larger structure there. So this would be directly across the kind of the cove from that structure.
Anyone else? Ms. Sandy, do you know if there's any homeowners association?
I do not. Are the homeowners here for this particular request?
I'm Allison Mullen. I'm here
Would you like to hear?
All right, is anyone else got any questions for Mr. Sandy? All right, seeing that, we'll go back into, does anyone here wish to speak to this? Allison Mullen, you want to? Ma'am, will you come forward, please? State your name and address, please.
Sure. Allison Mullen. I don't live in the residence. I actually live at 1221 Jeanette Avenue in Vinton, Virginia.
Thank you, ma'am. You wish to speak to this?
I just am really here to answer any questions anybody may have regarding the property to the best of my ability.
Anyone have any question for Ms. Mullen? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone else here wish to speak to this? All right, seeing that, we'll go back into the closed.
Mr.
What's your
Chairman?
pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve. I find that special use permit will not be substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that which will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code. The use is permitted by the right in the zoning district and with public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I must approve the request with the 5 conditions.
All right, got a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. All right, Mr. Sandy, application of Blue Ridge Towers.
Go back here to the beginning. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This final public hearing tonight is another special use permit request. This one's for a telecommunications tower. This is application of Blue Ridge Towers, Inc. Vintage Blue LLC is actually the property owner, requesting, at this point now, requesting a 160-foot tall monopole telecommunication structure. It would be on a 50 by 50 lease area, and it's approximately 12-acre property located behind the Grand store in Westlake. And that property is zoned PCD, which is our planned commercial development district. It's located off of Park Crest Drive. And so just a little bit of background that BRT, which is Blue Ridge Towers, proposes to construct a monopole structure for broadband and cellular uses. The tower is proposed to be located at the rear portion of the 12 acres of the property, and I've got some maps I'll show you here in just a moment. The property is zone PCD, and so a couple of years ago, the board approved a rezoning to allow the apartment complex that's going up behind the CVS in Westlake. This piece of property was actually part of that. It was all kind of owned by the same folks at the time. And this particular property, the front of it was dictated for some single-family housing up towards the front of the property, kind of closer to the Grand building. The issuance of a special use permit is required in the PCD district to allow the telecommunication structure. And so that's the reason that this request comes before you tonight. There was an initial public hearing held by the Planning Commission back in May of 2021, so about 9 months ago or so. At that time, the request was tabled by the Planning Commission to allow for the review and approval by the Federal Communications Commission and the FCC. There were comments received from the Park Service because this is within a half a mile of the Booker T. Washington National Park. That comments from the Park Service and the Friends of Booker T really kind of initiated a process, a negotiated process really with the federal agencies, FCC being the lead agency regulating towers, but also the Park Service and the State Historic Preservation Office were also parties to that. And so since May, Blue Ridge Towers has really been working with those other parties to try to come up with a memorandum of agreement to identify any mitigation measures that can be taken to reduce any impacts that this structure may have on the park property. And so I'll get to that more in just a little bit about what those mitigation measures look like. So since May, as I mentioned, they've been discussing different mitigation options on this property. And so this is one of the surveys we have for the property, and you can see from this drawing, let me go to this one over here. This is actually the location of the Grand warehouse structure, Route 122 here. And this is the 12-acre portion behind it, and you can see that the proposed site for the tower is closer to the rear of the property, and then this just shows kind of enhanced view of where that would be pushed back, back into the property and back towards the rear of the property as far as the location. So, as you're well aware, but I figured I'd review this for the public's benefit as well, is that this is part of a approved grant project that was approved back in 2020 under what's called the Virginia Telecommunications Initiative. And so the county began an effort back in 2019 and 2020 to build out a fixed wireless internet system in the county. And we received grant funding to the tune of about $2.4 million to help construct 8 new towers and utilize 4 existing structures to place broadband equipment on those. And so we entered a contractual relationship between the Broadband Authority, Blue Ridge Towers, and BrisNet to construct this necessary infrastructure and provide this fixed wireless service. And so many of those sites are constructed. Several of those are already online. This Westlake structure is one of those that's remaining to be constructed. Just to point out that the county will own the new towers that were built. So there was, as I mentioned earlier, there were 8 new towers built, with the exception of Summit View and Westlake, this one we're speaking of tonight. The county will not maintain ownership of those structures. The construction of those 2 sites represented kind of the local match, the local provider match into the grant program. And the county is currently under contract with the state of Virginia to have all these towers built and the fixed wireless service operating by April 15th of this year. And this is just a real quick map that shows where those structures are around the county for the fixed wireless system. And so the Westlake site is here, and this is the remaining site that we're talking about. So some continued background. Again, there was an initial draft MOA that's been prepared by Blue Ridge Towers with the proposed mitigation strategies. Mitigation strategies that were discussed was reducing the overall height of the structure. And so initially this one really started out at 195, then dropped down to about 175, and now it's actually at 160 as a mitigation strategy. The location, as I talked about initially, this structure was proposed to be closer to the front of the property, and now it's been moved further to the back, so that's another mitigation strategy. The type of structure, this has always been proposed to be a monopole structure, but there's been discussion about building a structure that looks like a tree, what they call a monopine structure, or also potential options were what they call a slick stick, where it's really just a pole and all the antennas are inside the pole. And then the other option that was discussed is what's called flush mounted. So you build a tower, but the antennas are close into the pole. They're not out on those bigger platforms that you've probably seen. So they're hugged closer to the pole, and again, that's to help some of the visual impact that the structure may be, that may generate. And then there was also vegetative buffering and tree planting that was proposed around the site. Under our ordinance, they're required to maintain a 100-foot vegetative buffer around the compound. They've proposed to enhance that some by adding some additional tree plantings, and also they proposed some buffering. So there were some mitigation measures proposed on January 5th, and then about a week later, the Park Service commented on that proposal with some additional feedback, and also presented that to the Planning Commission at their meeting last week. And so this is a little bit out of order, but I did want to point out that this is the property here, and so as part of that rezoning that I talked about earlier, there was multifamily here, which is the apartments that are going in behind the CVS structure here. But the front of this property was envisioned for, I think it was 15 single-family units were permitted to occur on the front of the property. So I think it's the applicant's intention to build those units in the front, but then also build this tower structure in the back. And so this was the proposal prior to the Planning Commission. This is, again, this small square here is the tower location. This larger square represents that preservation area of 100 feet beyond that area. And these little green circles represent some of those additional plantings that the applicant proposed to really just create a thicker, more dense buffer in that area. The applicant also proposed some tree planting here along the southern property line, and then a buffer area here to be maintained along the adjoining property line. So this is just an example of a monopine structure. So you've probably seen various images of these in different places, but this is a monopine structure, so it's created to simulate, if you will, a pine tree. Some do a better job than others, I'll say. I've seen different ones around the country, and some are very hard to identify, and some are pretty easily identified. So after the Park Service comments included its concurrence with some of those mitigation strategies, and went a little bit further to actually propose some additional mitigation strategies. And so the Park Service concurred with the mitigation strategy to reduce the height down to 160 and maintain and enhance that 100-foot buffer around the tower site itself, around the tower compound. They did also state their desire that the structure be a monopine structure to hopefully blend in with that buffer area better. And then the Park Service did express a desire for some additional mitigation measures, and I've really just summarized those here. There's a copy of their letter in your packet, but they requested that a 100-foot wide buffer be maintained along the entire length of the adjoining property. And let me just go back, and that would be this property line here, that buffer would be basically no plantings there, just preserve that area from the trees being removed, because the Park Service is over in this direction, and I think the idea is that that will help with some of the visual impact that they may see from the tower. And then the other suggestion that they had was, rather than the applicant planting these trees on their property behind the grand building, they didn't feel like that would provide a lot of benefit for them. They requested that additional plantings be put on the park property, really what I'm calling kind of in strategic locations to kind of protect the view shed from different vantage points in the park. And so those were the two additional requests that were made by the Park Service. So those items went to the Planning Commission last Tuesday, and the Planning Commission, by a vote of 7-0, recommended approval of the requested special use permit for the Telecommunications Tower with 7 conditions. And I'll go through those, and then there will be some discussion tonight about a couple modifications to those based on some recent discussions with the applicant and the Park Service. And so number one is really that the height is restricted to that 160 feet, and it will have that compound around it. Number two is that the tower and site construction will be subject to the final endorsed and signed off on memorandum of agreement and the FCC approval. There's two processes going on here. Is that for anyone to build a tower, they have to have approval from the Federal Communications Commission, and they can attach conditions and approvals to that. In addition, as from a land use perspective, the county, what you're doing now is considering the land use portion of that. And so the other approval that's needed to build the tower is approval from this body. So what we've attempted to do here in number two is really link those requirements of the FCC approval also to the special use permit. Number three, the structure, the monopole structure will be a monopine structure, and the tree branches of that will be occupying the upper 2/3 of the pole. And the tower will be structurally designed to accommodate at least one fixed wireless broadband provider and at least 2 cellular providers on that equipment. And so from a technical standpoint, as we reduce that height of the tower to try to mitigate the visual impact, we also are limiting in a lot of ways the available carriers that are on the tower. Typically, you would see probably up to 4 co-locators for cellular. Reducing the height is going to limit some of that, but this condition would require that it be structurally designed to at least hold 2 cellular carriers. Number 4 is the wooded buffer will be preserved as per the FCC approval, the MOA, and the Franklin County zoning ordinance documents. So as I mentioned earlier, the county ordinance actually already requires that 100-foot buffer around the compound site. So if there's any differences there, that the more stringent requirements would apply. Number 5 really just says that it'll be built in conformance with the approved plan, and it shows that 100-foot wooded preservation area along that property line that I pointed out earlier. Number 6, the monopole will not be lighted unless it's required to be lighted by the FAA. And then number 7 really gets back to that idea of the planting the additional trees on the Park Service property. And at that time, how that would happen was still a little bit unclear. And so that's part of what we'll talk about here in a minute about some suggested revisions here. But this is the way the Planning Commission recommended it, is that the applicant shall install new vegetation screening or provide necessary funding to the Friends of Booker T. Washington to ensure that that installation of the screening on the Park Service property is put into place, and that necessary funding would be provided, either placed in escrow with the county or provided to the Friends of Booker T within 60 days of the special use permit approval. And again, those are the 7 conditions as recommended by the Planning Commission. And so since then, we've gotten a modified or a revised sketch from the applicant showing maintaining that 100-foot buffer around the compound site here, removing that buffer that you saw here previously on the southern property line, and then showing a buffer here along this property line. One of the differences here is that what's being proposed now by the applicant is a 15-foot buffer rather than a 100-foot buffer along this property line. The applicant also, instead of showing any kind of plantings on the park property, what they've proposed is that they will make a financial donation to the Friends of Booker T for the purpose of planting those trees on the park property. And so there's a couple changes that I would suggest as we move forward, and I'll look to the county attorney because this all just happened today, so I'll look for his guidance on any modifications here to some of the language. But the condition as recommended by the Planning Commission was that the construction follow the plan of the site plan by AccuPoint and designate a 100-foot preservation buffer along that property line. As I mentioned, now the applicant is proposing a 15-foot wide buffer rather than a 100-foot. And so I think there's a couple options here, and unless the board wants to ensure that greater buffer, I think the board can still require that 100-foot buffer if they want to. But I think what I would recommend from staff is that we just eliminate this condition altogether, because I think condition number 2 really ties it back to the MOA, and whatever that agreed upon buffer is in that MOA will still be what will be required. And so I think rather than confusing the issue more, I think we just eliminate that condition and tie it back to the final approved MOA. And I think I'll stop there to see if there's any questions on that or any thoughts there. And again, I don't want to put Jim on the spot, but I guess I kind of am putting Jim on the spot because some of these changes were just coming today. But I feel like condition number 2, which says that the tower and site construction shall be subject to the endorsed memorandum of agreement and federal communications approvals and conditions, I think will satisfy that. And whatever that buffer width turns out to be as agreed to by the Park Service and the applicant is what we would require that they follow. Again, unless the board sees fit to require that enhanced buffer, I think that's still within the board's realm to go above and beyond that buffer and state that it needs to be at least 100-foot wide. Would you agree with that they still have that ability to?
Well, certainly in a special use permit situation, the conditions are subject to change.
Right. So. All right, anybody got any questions for us?
Mr. Sandy, can you go over to the next slide with the new conditions that you just had up there?
Oops, sorry, going the wrong way. This one?
Yeah. What is the rationale for the reduction in buffer from 100 feet to 15 feet?
I'll have to defer to the applicant on that. That was just kind of there was a proposal made, and then the kind of the rebuttal, if you will, was that we'll provide a 15-foot buffer. And again, the commission has recommended 100-foot, and again, I think if the board wants to continue that, then that's what would be required. But as far as an explanation, I'll have to defer that to the applicant.
Okay, and so my assumption is that the MOA has not been yet executed.
That's correct.
Do we have any idea when that will occur?
I don't. I think it depends on these two items right here as far as what they can agree upon there. And so that's, again, part of my suggestion maybe is just to eliminate these two conditions totally and just reference whatever's finally approved and worked out between these parties is what will be the governing restrictions relative to the buffer. And any donation, which I'll get into the next one, any donation for the tree plantings.
So we really don't know if the Park Service has any heartburn over these at this juncture. These are brand new.
This was just really today. So I think Robin was on her way. I'm not sure if she's made it yet, but yep, she's here. And so I think she would like to speak during public comment.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone, go ahead.
If everything was set in place, why? I'm just trying to wrap my head. Why were these two new things brought up just today? Whose idea was that?
So this has been really since May. This has kind of been a back and forth kind of process between the parties. And so what was proposed and really verbally agreed upon at the Planning Commission meeting was that there would be these plantings that would be planted on the park property, and there would be this buffer that would be maintained along the park property. But what was received back today was a little bit different than what was discussed last Tuesday. And so I'll really defer that part to the applicant to kind of explain the rationale there and the thinking there, if that's okay. But based on, the commission had what was in front of them at that time, that's what they based their recommendation on.
I like to hear from the applicant.
Anyone else?
And so number 7, the currently drafted condition for number 7 was kind of wordy, I think, in a lot of different ways. But really now what's in the revised draft OMOA is that the Blue Ridge Towers is offering to provide a $10,000 donation to the Friends of Booker T for the purpose of planting trees on the federal park property. So not on the applicant's property, but to allow them to plant trees on the park property wherever the Friends and the Park Service feel they're best needed. And so that donation would be made within 30 days of the execution of the MOA is what the applicant is currently proposing. And again, that was really in lieu of planting those buffer trees behind the grand building and shifting what they were going to plant there into planting on the park property. Staff likes the idea of kind of the monetary donation because I think it's going to be difficult for us as the county to really hold the applicant accountable for planting things on the federal property. There's going to be a lot of hoops that someone would have to go through to be able to get authorization to do that, and also to be able to go on the property and do things they need to do. And so it seems to make sense that there's some sort of donation where the Park Service can really take care of this on their own. And so that's the direction this is headed. But again, staff really recommends that we just eliminate this condition altogether because number two really dictates that they have to follow everything that's in the approved MOA. And so for simplification, and so there'd be less conflict between conditions we have and conditions in the MOA, staff's really recommending that we just rely on that condition number 2 as recommended by the Planning Commission. And so those are the two major changes since the Planning Commission recommendation was sent to you, and so I wanted to make sure I outline those, but then also want to make sure we give the applicant and the superintendent at Booker T the opportunity to discuss those items as well.
All right, any more questions for Mr. Singh? Thank you, sir. All right, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone here wish to speak to this?
Robin.
Anyone here wish to speak to this? Come forward, please. State your name for the record.
Good evening. Robin Snyder, Superintendent of Booker T. Washington National Monument and Appomattox Courthouse National Historical Park.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Some of this information I'm just getting because I've been on the road all day. One of the first things I'd like to speak to is the fact that the reason we are entering into a memorandum of agreement with the Federal Communications Commission, the State Historic Preservation Office, and the consulting parties, including the Friends of Booker T. Washington National Monument, is because the area selected for this location for the tower at 71 Park Crest Drive, Hardy Road, is less than a half mile from the park boundary. And so we've been going through this process since June, actually, of 2019, when we received a letter from the applicant requesting that he wanted to construct a tower at this location. So after a very challenging couple of years, we've landed here, and we certainly have consistently said that we support and understand the need for broadband communication for the residents and community members of the Westlake area. We very much regret that the location that's been selected is less than a half mile from the park boundary. And while we have been challenging some of these proposals, it is because as a superintendent of a National Park Service site, you have one of 423 national park units right here in your backyard. It's my job and my team's job to protect these resources, the view shed, and the cultural resources, and the national significance and story of Booker T. Washington, who was a famous 19th century educator and orator. He was born here, he was emancipated here. He went on to do much in the way of education for African Americans. And so that's my heart plea. I would ask and request that in your consideration tonight for the special use permit, that you would look at helping us to provide a bigger buffer in that area. I was very hopeful that the special use permit would align with the provisions will be outlined in the draft MOA. I just received information as Mr. Sandy was speaking tonight because I've been traveling all day, so I have no notification of these changes. I would ask that you would consider that 100-foot buffer on the western side of that property. The reason is that there will be storms. We just had a big one. There will be ice events and rain events, and there will be loss of trees. That 100-foot buffer would help us to protect that view shed in a better way. I would also ask that you consider and maintain the 160 feet, the monopine, and I think my biggest ask for you tonight is I understand that we will work through the MOA process and the National Park Service will support this need for the community members, but I'm really worried about future development opportunities. I've been with Booker T for a couple of years now, so I'm still getting up to speed on Franklin County. I'm very impressed with this area. I'm very impressed with the leadership here, and I understand that you're looking out for the community members and also for the economic development of this area. I'd like to point out with respect to that the Arrowhead is a name brand, and last year, even during a pandemic, 22.5 thousand visitors to the national park site in your backyard spent $1.3 million to support the local economy. You are also looking at providing a trail system from the park along the roadway that connects to the Westlake area. And lastly, we're looking forward to partnering with you for the Federal Land Access Program grant that will connect directly to the park trail. So I hope that you will help us to protect this park and this national story and these cultural resources and the view shed. You've highlighted this in your comprehensive plan. You've highlighted this as well in the Westlake Hells Ford Area Plan adopted in November of 2016. And you've written that you recognize that this is a place of national significance and it's important to protect this view shed for the visitor experience. I thank you for your consideration in these provisions.
Ma'am, they've offered to give up to $10,000 to the Friends of Booker T. That won't take care of this buffer problem?
So the buffer I was speaking of specifically is the buffer on their property, in which we're asking for a 100-foot buffer. So separate from that, and I wasn't sure that would be part of the special use permit since that's tree plantings on the national park property. We have done the estimates. $10,000 will not even meet the number of trees that we'd like to purchase. And we will certainly negotiate that in the memorandum of agreement. but we have to consider costs such as deer fencing, compliance needs, potential archaeology, and insurance that these trees that are planted will survive.
Yes, ma'am.
I've just one question. Help me understand, and the people present understand, what gives the park the authority to hold up this project, being that it is not on your property?
Yeah. So again, and maybe I didn't make that clear when I first started talking, Mr. Sandy, who's been very wonderful to work with throughout this process, has been outlining the memorandum of agreement, and that is required by the Federal Communications Commission and the State Historic Preservation Office, and that is triggered whenever anyone decides to place a cell tower within a half mile of the National Park Service boundary. So the reason that I even have a voice here tonight is because the applicant decided he wanted to put the tower in a location that was less than a half mile from the park boundary. If it was beyond that distance, I wouldn't have a say in the matter.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else got any questions, Mr. Carter?
I have a question. I certainly support Booker T. I think we're fortunate to have it here. The cell tower person is across the road behind Grand Interiors, and you've held him up for 2 years, but yet at your entrance, you got 3 single-wide trailers on one side and a brewery on the other. How did all that occur without anything from the park?
I might need to have some support on the trailers from the Chief of Visitor Services, since I've only been there for 2 years. And you can come on up, Tim. My quick response to that while Tim is coming up is that I regret that you feel that we've held up the process. There is a lot of land base in this community, and we've looked at the maps and we've looked at the cell coverage, and we are regretting that we're here having this conversation that it couldn't have been. If it had just been another half mile down the road, we wouldn't have engaged in this process. This process is designed to protect areas of national significance, to protect your public lands. And so as a steward of the National Park Service, I've really just been doing my job to protect it. What I did speak to at the beginning was I'm very concerned about the area where the brewery is located. I'm concerned about the 42 acres west of this property under discussion and the fact that development is encroaching. So I was actually speaking to you more tonight in a plea to please help us not have the development come right up to our borders if at all possible. Trailers, I'm going to let you speak to the trailers and introduce yourself.
Timothy Sims, Chief of Interpretation and Resource Management at Booker T. Washington National Monument. We connected with the county when the landowner was proposing to put trailers on that property, and we're told that there's nothing that we can do about it or that the county can do about it. But we did inquire about that at the time because, yes, we were concerned about having trailers visible at the park entrance of the national park. The brewery.
That was before my time. I'm just curious.
The brewery in Westlake, I've been at the park for 32 years, and I was not part of the sphere of influence, I guess you could say, with planning of that development. But from what I observed, the Westlake plan that was produced that Superintendent Snyder mentioned, that was a product that came out of maybe not so great planning with Westlake in regards to how it affected Booker T. Washington National Monument.
Thank you for your answer.
Anybody else got any questions or comments?
Tim, I would say that Carla was on the plan. She advocated and represented the park while the Westlake Hills 4 plan was being devised. So we were confident, I was in that work group, and we were confident that she was representing properly and appropriately the interest of the park.
And you do state in that plan, you do have a statement in there about protecting the view shed and visitor experience as part of her. And she was the former superintendent at the site who I replaced.
Yeah. Robin, may I ask you just a question? I don't mean to put you on the spot. You know, and the friends know that I have committed and vowed that I would assist in protecting the park to the best of my ability. And as we've worked through this process, and especially participating as a consulting party myself, in working with you and working through the mitigations that we currently are working on. You and I have had some really great conversations about the basic understanding of the need for the broadband service in that area. How we got here is just not anything desirable on your part, and I respect that. Where are you this evening? Now, I have to say I'm going to let's take off these 2 new conditions that we're looking at this evening. Independent of that, where are you specifically are you okay if the mitigation measures are put in the MOA and agreed upon? Are you okay to move forward, or is the Park Service going to remain opposed?
No, I think my biggest regret is hearing questions posed from the board members in which the National Park Service would like to be a partner to Franklin County. I do not want to be, I don't want the National Park Service identified as someone who put something on hold for 2 years. That wasn't any part of the intention or what's happened here. We've been following a process that's outlined by law when you choose this location this close to the park boundary. My hope is that we can work through in the mitigation measures. I was coming up here fully prepared to ask you for each of the tenants that the Planning Commission adopted last Tuesday, and that's my job to do that. We will continue to work through the mitigation measures with the memorandum of agreement as required by law with the FCC, and hopefully we can do more to protect the viewshed than the 2 things that were introduced tonight that I had no knowledge of upon arrival here. Okay. Does that answer your question?
I think so. It's a very difficult, complex matter.
Yeah. I thank you for your support in it, though, Ms. Smith.
Anyone else got any questions for these folks? Thank you. Is there anyone else here wish to speak to this? Anthony?
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to...
State your name, please.
Anthony Smith, President, Blue Ridge Towers. Pardon me. I just want to address the 100-foot buffer. I think that's really the elephant in the room. If you look at the western border of this property, it is 829 linear feet. In that 829 linear feet, roughly 380 feet of it, there are not 100 feet of trees left to maintain. So part of that border is already disrupted, and we can't provide a 100-foot buffer. And I think our position is that we want to protect and maintain as many of those trees as possible. We just want to define that in the MOA so that we're not held to something that we can't do in the days to come. So it's not that we're proposing anything new, other than we want to be very detailed, and the MOA makes you be very detailed. We want to count out what can be preserved and what can't be preserved. Also, about 200 of that linear 829 feet is in the path of the proposed development for the 15 single-family patio homes. And just being open and honest about it, again, that first 200 feet from the southern property line to the western property line, if you took 100 feet, you would cut into 5 or 6 of those 15 developable lots. So with that said, we just literally we're willing to maintain the 100-foot buffer for roughly 450 feet. But then as it comes to the front of the property, it needs to be scaled down. And that's what the FCC has in front of them today, and what we like to be able to negotiate with National Park Service. And anytime you do an MOA, it is definitely a negotiation, and we, on our part, we're not hard negotiators. We want to do whatever it takes to make the site happen, and I think we've bent over backwards and spent many, many man-hours and several $100,000 to get us to this point. And we simply want to have the opportunity to present the portions of that 829 feet that we can't make the 100-foot setback, if you will. And as far as the plantings are concerned, we are certainly open to negotiate with Robin and National Park Service about that budget number. But some of the items that they asked for in their planting screening plan far exceed what we proposed. And we really just want to get a budget number nailed down so that any good businessman I don't want to think I have to make a $10,000 donation and wind up next month having to write a $100,000 check. So those are really the only conditions that we want to get clarified. And it's really not a fight on our part. I think we've proven over time that we're very flexible and we're very gracious. We bow when we have to, and we'll do whatever it takes to make it happen. So my ask of the county tonight is that you would allow us to finalize the MOA process, which I think we're within 7 business days of doing. And to Mr. Sandy's suggestion, if the board would allow whatever's agreed to in the MOA to govern how we build this tower, that would be our ask. And again, I assure you that we're down to 2 items, and those 2 items are defining that 100-foot buffer, and there's a small section where we just can't maintain it, and defining the budget for their planting. And we're prepared to write the check. As soon as we agree on a budget, we're prepared to write that check. The Friends of the Parkway, Ms. Barbara Boyd, started off in the beginning of this project, having good conversations with her, and have grown a great appreciation for Friends of Booker T, and we're happy to write them a check. So I don't know if anyone has any questions for me.
Anybody got any questions?
I do, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman. I just want to, I'm not understanding completely this 100-foot buffer piece, and I know you're talking
Back up your
about
slide.
80-some feet of it. Is it because of the patio home encroachment, or is it because you technically can't do it because of the present vegetation that's there?
Ms. Lori Smith, I don't know if you can you see where I'm moving the cursor here?
Yes.
Okay, so here now, this first 75 feet, there's actually literally no trees there. And as you follow, let's take this as 100 feet here, right?
Yep.
And so I'm gonna kind of, you figure this from here to roughly here, there's not 100 feet of trees to maintain. Does everybody understand what I'm saying? So what we just want to do is, from the bottom of the property line to the top, it's 829 feet. We're fine with preserving this 100-foot buffer from the top to roughly this section here. But once you get into this section, remember, there's a 15-unit pre-approved patio home plan that once you get into this section, if you maintain this 100-foot buffer here, you're going to encroach on the potential development. Because a 100-foot tree line, you can stop it there, but you've got to do clearing and civil work and grading to make those lots buildable. And so if you maintain the 100-foot buffer, from this section down, you're greatly impacting the financial viability of a development going forward. And that's our concern, just in this section from roughly here to here. And I'm sorry I'm having to be elementary with my
But we've
cursor.
known, I mean, this has been a known fact, though, right, Anthony? I mean, this mapping has been what it's been all along.
Yes, but again, the 100-foot setback boundary was only proposed last week. So no one had ever presented that to us until pretty much the day of the zoning hearing last week. So we've had a week to respond to it. That was not something that was presented to us prior.
I have a lot of heartburn with things getting presented today, and the MOA is not complete, and knowing that we are running up against a deadline with the state. Mr.
Well-
Sandy, I need some help here. This is troubling to me, and I've been intimately involved in this process.
And if I may, I'll
Yes.
be quiet after this. I attest to the board tonight, we are willing to maintain that 100-foot buffer for roughly 500 feet of that 829 feet. Because this property line, this western border, is 829 feet. So for roughly 500 feet, we're willing to maintain that 100-foot buffer. It's just when we get in this area, I think we need to be more 50 feet in this area for the rest of that run. So that's just our position.
Anyone else got any questions of Anthony? Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, Stephen.
Anyone else here today? Thank you, Anthony. Anyone else here wish to speak to this? All right, seeing none, we'll go back into our closed public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Mr. Sandy.
Yes, sir.
How is this going to affect our VATI grant? If we keep going backwards instead of forwards?
Well, I mean, right now, we're still on the deadline to have this approved, constructed, and operating by April 15th. I would say we're going to be hard pressed to meet that deadline. Even if it gets approved this evening, I think we still have a challenge just because of supply chain issues and ordering, a monopine is a special order. So I think even having the approval tonight, I think the applicant's indicated he could place the order tomorrow. I think we're still going to be pushing up close to that deadline. That's just the reality of that, I think.
And does that affect the whole VATI grant?
Well, I think first thing we'd have to do is explore if the state would be willing to grant an additional extension. And we have not asked for that yet, not knowing kind of what the outcome of this was going to look like. So, of course, we have gotten one extension. Originally, our deadline was October of last year, and they granted a 6-month extension to April 15th.
So, Mr. Stanley, if I can just clarify, the approval that comes to this board in a formal way is that of the FCC and that of the applicant to move this thing forward to the Board of Supervisors. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
The formal approval for this comes from the applicant through the FCC, and of course, they were in the 106 process, and now we're in MOA. If the FCC signs the MOA and the applicant signs the MOA, is the MOA approved then, regardless of whoever else signs it?
That's my understanding, is that once the MOA is agreed to and endorsed, that the FCC will then issue the approval for the tower to be constructed. So in order to construct a tower, they really need 2 approvals. They need the local land use approval from this board, and they need the FCC approval.
So what if these 2 new conditions cannot be successfully negotiated?
I think they won't be able to build the tower until the FCC signs off on it.
Mr. Sandy, how far is this from it says it needs to be a half a mile away. How much further back does it need to be?
I don't know. Do you know the distance?
This is like 0.38 miles.
0.38. So another tenth or more, 1/10 to 2/10 of a mile, which puts it off this property. I don't think there's anywhere on this property that would get them over that half mile.
Mr. Smith, there's nowhere else you could find to put this pole away from that so it don't hold this project up no longer?
No, sir, we spent 2 years.
I know you've spent a long time doing this.
Yes, sir, searching high and low. There's everybody's holding their land for the development or, it's just, there's no other options.
Sounds like we're at an impasse.
Honestly, I literally think that it's just a matter of the MOA circulating for the next couple of days before it's approved. The FCC has already given a thumbs up to everything that's presented tonight.
Come on back up here, please,
Yes, sir.
so we can get that on the record there. Say that again.
The FCC has already given a nod of approval to everything that was presented tonight. And so Jill Springer is the head of the FCC's approval process. And Jill just wants to make certain politically that she gets all of the contributing parties an opportunity to buy in and have a word or a say-so. But everything that's laid out has already been green-lighted by the FCC prior to us circulating. Because if we can't get it past the FCC, there's no use in me getting Robin to approve something or you to approve something that the FCC won't approve. So we always answer to them first, pretty much. And so, again, I think that everybody should know that we're already agreeing to the 100-foot buffer. There's just a small section that we're going to ask that we be able to not have to put that 100-foot buffer in place. And
I get what you're asking for. I think
Yes, sir.
the rest of the board members do too, that we're getting down into a section that you don't really have any control over.
Right.
'Cause you
And it's a
don't
very
own it.
small section. Yes, sir. And then in terms of the budgetary donation, we're not stuck on 10,000, but $10,000 is the tree planting budget for what we proposed. And so we were more than gracious and willing to shift that over to National Park Service and give them our tree planting budget to use as they will. So, but,
Excuse me just a minute.
yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Anybody got any questions for Mr. Smith?
I have one.
Yes, sir.
What can we do as a board tonight to help you move this process forward and get this taken care of? What do you want us to do? You want us to vote on this MOA and you work it out over the next couple of days?
That would be my ask, because I am intending to stay very in line with what Mr. Sandy and Ms. Snyder have asked for. I'm not planning on deviating from what they've asked for. I'm only asking for clarity, and FCC is going to ask for clarity. So that's all I'm asking for, is to give us the opportunity. I would ask you to vote on it and give us the opportunity to work the MOA out, because I think we're down to the very, very smallest of details. And we don't plan on playing hardball on either of those details.
Right.
So,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Any more questions?
Anthony, are you willing to negotiate the $10,000?
Yes, ma'am. In a perfect world, Ms. Lori, we would have had an opportunity to have a final Zoom call with National Park Service, because their planting plan is very broad. And even FCC asked that we drill it down and get a definitive plan, in fairness to the FCC, the MOA, and to us as the applicant. So that's all. I think it's going to take one final call to get the drill down details from National Park Service, define a budget that we all agree to. We're happy to write the check to Friends of Booker T. And on the western border 100-foot setback, I think the only thing we're asking for is that a very small portion of it, that they give us some leeway on it.
Well, and Anthony, please understand, the ambiguous part of this for me is, for this board to approve it, and then you guys go negotiate the MOA over the next week. I've got constituents in this district that if the Park Service ups and says that they just can't live with the mitigation process and what's been proposed tonight, I have no indication as to whether they're even on board, because they just realized and found out about these this evening. So that's kind of an area of ambiguity for me in terms of talking to you about the approval process itself. I understand this board can give you the green light and you're good to go. I understand that. But I'm trying to make sure that I am representing the park. It's in my district.
Yes, ma'am.
And I respect the board, and I respect the Park Service in their job to protect it.
Yes, ma'am, and I think in closing, my closing remarks would be that I think I've demonstrated that I have the utmost respect for National Park Service. I don't want to say anything that is politically incorrect, but I'm standing here as an African-American businessman, and one of the men that I looked up to, being a Roanoke native, was Booker T. Washington. And I think that if he was on the board, he might be proud to be looking at me building this project. So I'm very cognizant of what he means to our state, to this portion of the state, and also to Franklin County. And so I'm sensitive to that. And I want to do the right thing. I've every step of the way, my company and I have tried to do the right thing, and we'll still operate in that spirit. And I can tell you that we're going to honor that 100-foot buffer. We just want to define a very small section that I think it encroaches on the lots that are already approved prior to me ever coming on board. Those lots were already approved prior to me even purchasing the property. And so, that's pretty much all I can say. But
Anybody else?
we commit to maintain the 100-foot buffer. And the only thing we want is clarity on the planting budget, which I think any business person would want to know what they're signing up for, what kind of check we'd have to write. So that's it.
Anybody else got any questions for Anthony? Thank you, Anthony.
Yes, sir.
All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I would like to apologize for Anthony for the time period this has taken to resolve this. I think it's absurd. And with that, I would like to make a motion. I find that the proposed special use permit for the monopole tower will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of county code with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community, and is consistent with the purpose and intent of the county's comprehensive plan. I therefore recommend approval of the special use permit request in accordance with section 25-268 of the zoning ordinance with the conditions as recommended by staff.
Second.
We've got a second. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote on that, please?
Mr. Chairman, on the discussion portion of the motion, if I may.
Okay.
I would ask Mr. Carter, do we need to have a friendly amendment with regard to the two new conditions and that 100-foot? Do we need some clarification?
I would entertain that if you want to put something on there about the two new.
Steve, can you put that language back up, please?
But I want to see this move forward. This thing has drug on and drug on and drug on. It's absurd.
This one or this one?
That one. That one.
So I think what I heard was now we're back to the 100-foot buffer.
Yes, sir.
Preserving the 100-foot buffer. So it went from 100-foot last week to 15-foot. Now we're back to 100, I think is what I heard.
Before we add that, is that something you can work out with them to not have to maintain it at that lower end?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think that's what you was asking for to begin with, right?
Right.
You want clarity on that low end?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good enough.
Steve, I would, further on the discussion, can we put a do not exceed number on the cost that for the plantings versus just saying $10,000 and knowing that that amount clearly tonight is going to have to be negotiated, excuse me.
I think I would probably defer to Jim's counsel on that just because it's an off-site improvement. I would want to make sure whatever language we put there, if we put it in the SUP, what that language looks like. Certainly they can have an agreement in the MOA that
So it doesn't have to be here.
That doesn't affect our special use permit, and that was part of my thought process from just saying that it'll be whatever the MOA establishes that to be, but.
Gotcha.
I think there's probably some other wording that we could consider in there.
I was hoping to clarify Mr. Carter's motion because Mr. Carter, you mentioned the conditions by staff, and the two conditions by staff now are the blue, green, or whatever color that is. Are those the ones you were referring to that are going to adopt the MOA?
Yeah. If that's what, Ms. Smith, is that what you're getting at?
Is that what you were thinking, Ms. Smith?
Yes, that's a good clarifier.
So my recommendation really would eliminate those two conditions and you'd be down to 5 conditions, but it still ties it back to the MOA. I think what you could do is I think where you were going initially for a friendly amendment is to make sure that 100-foot is somewhere stated in the special use permit approval.
I would like to,
That's not your condition. That's not what you said.
I know, but she had talked about a friendly amendment.
I thought she just said that it was clarifying it with the two blue ones. Maybe I misunderstood you. I'm sorry.
You all are really trying to confuse me.
Well, I'm going to rescind that, and I'm going to go with my original motion as stated, and Anthony can work this out with the Park Service.
And I second it again.
The only concern I had was, though, that your motion just said the conditions recommended by staff, and these are the two conditions now recommended by staff, Mr. Carter. That's where I was confused.
I don't think it said that, Monica.
Yeah, staff recommends elimination of this condition.
Madam Clerk, will you read back the motion?
I can try, I think Supervisor Carter, did you read the suggested motion?
Yes.
Okay, so on the motion made by Supervisor Carter, he finds a special use permit will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and such use will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code. The use is permitted by right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare of the community. Therefore, Supervisor Carter moves to approve the request with the conditions as recommended.
Okay.
Seconded by Supervisor.
That's what I was trying to clear up, is which ones.
So in essence, it would eliminate condition 5 and condition 7 as recommended by the planning commission. Is that a simpler way to state that? Is that, and that removes any reference to the 100-foot wooded buffer area. It'll be determined by the outcome of the MOA.
Right.
Is that,
Where they negotiated.
is that right with you,
Yes.
Mr. Carter? Okay.
All right,
That's okay with you, Supervisor Condit?
yes.
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote, please.
Yes. Supervisor Condit?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. Took about as long to do that as it did to get it up here, didn't it? Almost 2 years. All right, what we got next? All right, Mr. Whitlow, County Administrator.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, a couple of things, just update for the board, some upcoming events. Just call the board's attention that the new Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department groundbreaking is tentatively scheduled for Wednesday, February the 2nd. Time is still being determined, but probably around a midday event. As soon as that is locked in with the contractor and the architects, engineers, and so forth, we'll get that out to the board and coordinated back with the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department. In addition, on February the 3rd is VACO, the Virginia Association of Counties, and VML Legislative Day in Richmond. That is an opportunity for anyone interested that would like to participate. That is on February the 3rd. And of course, to register, likely folks would travel that evening, Wednesday, February the 2nd, and then to be there for an event. There is a lunch. It's local government day. It's an opportunity in the afternoon to visit the Capitol and speak with various legislators and so forth. So if there's any interest from the board, we'd need to let Madeline know by this Friday to coordinate that. And again, whether folks would go up on Thursday morning or whether they would go up on Wednesday evening. So if you have some interest, please let Madeline know by this Friday. In addition, I'd just like to pause now and extend an appreciation to the county staff, specifically General Properties, our landfill staff and others, public safety and others during recent weather-related events and all the hard work that folks did to get our landfill, our collection sites, and everything back open and operating. They did a great job. In addition, just point out to the board the United Way campaign. I think I mentioned this perhaps last month, and our final numbers are in. We had a significant increase in participation this year with nearly 100 county employees giving donations, several $1,000s, and the county has already met approximately 65% of its goal, which is tremendous. We had several employees come out to our lunch event in November, and we're able to give out 40 door prizes. In addition, county employees were able to donate a significant amount of canned goods to Stepping Stone's mission, and they have sent a letter of appreciation, and just want to thank our county employees for their giving and their generosity to the United Way campaign this year. A couple of other items, Mr. Chairman, just like to point out that, just as a reminder, likely in February, March, February timeframe, probably late February, early March, we will be doing a communications to county citizens regarding our twice-a-year real estate tax collections that will begin this year, June 5th and December 5th. And so we're working with our commissioner to do final testing now on that. And of course, we will be doing a communications because those tax real estate tickets would go out sometime in April, and just to keep the board informed of that. A couple of other things, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Last week, it was announced that the county was awarded $1 million in grant funds for the continued development of the large Dogwood site. It's the 100-acre large pad site at the Summit View Business Park. We were one of only 11 approximately localities in Virginia awarded that grant award rather. That will help go towards the further grading of that pad site. And interestingly enough, talking with county staff, in terms of the amount of state and federal investment in Summit View is approximately $18.8 million of state and federal dollars, not necessarily local dollars, but state and federal dollars. So again, just wanted to share that information. And then also as a follow-up to today's Broadband Authority meeting, information will go out certainly to the media of the new partnership with Scientech, which is the fixed wireless provider based out of Lynchburg. And so we're excited about this new partnership. But in addition, the county, of course, was recently awarded a VADI grant of about $15.2 million to further deploy broadband services in the county, coupled with another $24 million invested from the private sector to do last mile broadband connectivity in the county. So again, much appreciation to the staff that's worked really hard on those projects. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have this evening, unless there are any questions or comments from the board.
Mr. Whitlow, I've got a matter of clarification. On my calendar book, I've got our budget work session on the 25th.
Yes, sir.
At 3:30. I
Yes, sir.
see on the agenda here, it's at 2 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Can you clarify the time?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would like some clarification from the board. At the last meeting, of course, it was noted that I think a board member or two would like to see that our budget work sessions pushed back further in the afternoons. Originally, we had them set up 2 o'clock on Tuesdays, and then as a backup inclement weather on Thursdays. But yes, that is correct, Tuesday the 25th. And if it's the board's pleasure, we can meet at 3 or 3:30. Originally, we had 2 o'clock. Certainly, it gives us more time. The sooner that the board can be here, it gives staff time. But certainly, we're okay with whatever time that may suit the majority of the board.
I'm good with 2 that day. I don't have
2
I
o'clock.
don't have much on my plate that day. No.
2?
Yeah, that's
I'm
fine.
good too.
Mr. Gundy?
That's just fine.
2?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Carter?
That's fine with me.
Mr. Mitchell? 2.
Okay.
2 o'clock it is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any questions for Mr. Whitlow? All right, now, other matters by supervisors? We'll just go down through, and if you've got something, we'll go ahead and talk about it. Mr. Mitchell? I'm good. Mr. Carter?
Just a couple things. Grassy Hill dumpster site, I'm getting a lot of phone calls on it. It needs gravel. It's filthy. I drove up there and looked at it. It's slated to be a compaction site. I want us to try and move forward with that. I'm tired of getting these phone calls. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Gundy?
Well, it's not a problem, anything, but I'd just like to recognize Billy Ferguson for the job he done this past week with the COVID people he had out. I know he had a hard time trying to move everybody around to cover it, but my understanding is the county was still in good hands. So I appreciate it. Thank you for what you do.
I have just a couple things. I would remind the board, and I would ask that the board request the planning commission. A year ago, when we adopted all the short-term rental ordinances, we had requested that in a year, after the evaluation period of a year, that we would ask the planning commission to go back and evaluate setbacks and lot sizes with respect to short-term rentals. And it's well past a year at this point. So I would ask that we direct the planning commission to take those two matters up.
All right, we need a board consensus on that. Is everybody shaking their head yes or no? I think it's a good thing for them to come up with some guidelines and some feedback on that.
And further, public safety work sessions. We've had one really good work session, and I think I'm understanding that we've got more that are coming. I would just like, I know we're working on budget, but I don't want to lose the momentum that we've had with the first public safety work session. I'd like to go ahead and at least get those on the schedule with an articulated agenda so that we can have an idea of the areas that we need to cover. The only other thing I found out by happenstance that we have an agricultural development board in Franklin County. Didn't know that. There's a list of people that's on it. I understand it's inactive. I would like to know more about this because there have been several issues that have come up with regard to solar and so forth, where we have wanted to consult our agricultural representatives in the district or the area. We've got a group here that's been appointed evidently by this board or a board before, and they don't have a charge from what I understand. So I would like to look into that. I think that if they are in place, this is terribly underutilized, and I think that they could be a great service to our board. Does anybody know about that, or anybody have any comments about that?
Didn't know it existed.
Seems like I remember some thoughts about it, but it went inactive because of.
Yeah, initially, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Smith, members of the board, if I may, Agricultural Development Board, and I'm trying to, Mr. Burnett staffed that board at one point. I'm trying to recall the original initiation from that board. It was really intended at a time that agritourism was being developed and how the board, it's really stemming likely from a Farm Bureau annual meeting, if memory serves me correct. And from that, many years ago, the primary issue that maybe started that board, there was a lot of interest many years ago in poultry farms and so forth in Franklin County. And so with that, the Planning Commission and so forth worked to update the county zoning ordinance and the siting of large poultry processing facilities and so forth. And so I know one of the charges to that board was to work with the agricultural community, very similar, Ms. Smith, in terms of when we look at ordinances and so forth. And they did some active work back then, but you are correct, they've been inactive for several years now. Just terms expired, and then there was just never, if you will, an additional charge.
2007.
2007, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
Well, we're a rural community. We value our farmers. We value our agricultural industry. So I would ask this board to consider whether this is something that we want to revive, refresh the charge, and refresh the appointments. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
I wouldn't have no problem. I think it's a good idea to look into it and see what its purpose was and bring back
a report. Be glad to.
Thank you.
I agree with Ms. Smith, the public safety, we need to keep digging into that and keep picking away at it. One thing I'd like staff to do is, predominantly with Steve Sandy, is with the apparatus replacement, the fire trucks, need to get the apparatus committee. I think Tim was part of that at one time. go back and revisit. I think it's Ferrum, Callaway. There's been question of who's next. I don't want it to get to a point where, brings up an argument on who's next. So I like to see that committee put back together. I think was Chief 7, Assistant Chief 3. I think there were several volunteer chiefs and assistant chiefs that were on that committee. Mentioned, public safety. Yes, public safety is doing a great job. They've got their struggles, and we need to get in front of that problem and keep working at it. Also, give a shout out to the volunteer fire and EMS during these weather events. They're there every call. A lot of the fire stations staffed. I know they prepared days in advance, chainsaws, chains, getting everything ready. So big kudos to all the men and women in the volunteer fire and EMS system as well. They did a great job. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I've got a couple things here on my list. I'm going to ask the staff to look into, I had a meeting with the town manager, Mr. Steve Engel, and he was asking me what the county's plans were in reference to the marijuana laws and taxes. And I told him I wasn't real sure what he was talking about. So, I know all that's coming up and it's already here. And I'd like for staff to come back with an explanation of what all that means and what it involves for us with that. I think that what I understood about it is that whatever they do depends upon what we do. They can't do stuff if we don't initiate it, and that's what I'm asking for, clarification of what's going on with that.
I support you on that, Mr. Chairman. There's a lot of things I'm concerned about with how stuff's packaged and the danger to our kids, so I agree with you on that.
So we can bring that back.
Well, there's really not a lot. There's really, you have to make a decision, and your decision is either you have a referendum and you're guided by the referendum, or you don't.
Yeah.
If you don't have a referendum, then you're eligible to have marijuana dispensaries in your limits. If you do have the referendum, then you're bound by the referendum. If the referendum turns it down, you can have another referendum in the future. If the referendum passes it, you can't have another referendum in the future. So it's really just a question of whether or not you're going to have the referendum.
And the language in the referendum, that's
Whether or not to allow dispensaries.
okay.
Yeah, it's in the statute. I'm paraphrasing when I say that. And, a lot of it's watching your neighbors from the standpoint of if, I think if you're, and I'm not in the prediction business, but my guess is that Roanoke City is going to allow it. Well, will Roanoke County? Because, people on the border, and if they do, where are we on that? If one of our neighboring counties is allowing it from an economic, the numbers that are coming out with regard to the sharing of revenue and taxes and the like, there are numbers like 40% that the locality could keep. I don't know what that could possibly turn into, but to me, the better question, and my curiosity is, has anybody done a study as to what sort of sales we would expect, and then what sort of revenue that the county could expect from it? And I think before you would, you might want to know that before you have the referendum.
The referendum is binding.
Yeah, but if you don't have it, you're bound by having dispensaries. So if the idea is that the citizens in Franklin County do not want a marijuana dispensary, you got to have a referendum to that effect.
Okay.
If we do a referendum, that's a time limit on that for it to be
Yeah, I think there's like
like April or May.
Yeah, but you're not, the election's going to be in November. So, yeah, you'd have to get it done. You have to be on the ballot. I want to say May, but we can certainly take a look at that. But that's it's about a one-page report that you can get back from staff, and I think I may have done one elsewhere that I can, that will just,
Okay,
we've got that information.
okay, Tim.
As for me on the marijuana issue, with 35 years of law enforcement experience, there is no way that I can, with a clear conscience, support having a dispensary in Franklin.
I think that's the decision that comes up for staff to bring back what this means in that one page that you have there. Yeah, I think it goes on a referendum, then it would go out for the people to vote. I think it's. All right, my next thing that I wanted to bring up is I know we're at a point now with our budget, and we're trying to balance our budget, and we've got a lot of problems. I wouldn't say problems, but we've got a lot of challenges ahead of us. There's a lot of things that need to be thought out and plans that are there. I know that we have a fund balance as recommended by our council, the 20%, and that to me is like having the bare minimum in a savings account. What I'm asking this board to do is to back me to get staff to look at a additional fund that we take part of our carryover and part of that to have in an additional fund balance, rainy day fund, whatever you want to call it, for emergencies. For example, when Brian gave his today, he mentioned the fact that there was, I forget now, something like $8 million carryover monies are going to be there. And then we've got this money that's coming to us in this twice-a-year tax collection. I would like to see a part of that, up to 50%, put into a fund that we would have some additional funds to fall back on, that if we really did have an emergency, that we could do without having to fall into that 20%, because we're just right there on the bare minimum.
Is that in addition to the 8 million over the 20% that we currently have?
Yes.
Okay.
We take part of that money, along with any other monies that we got, to put into a fund to
Have
have another cushion there. I mean, because the fund balance, that we're just at the bare minimum they told us to do. And then so what do y'all think about that? It doesn't hurt to look into it, does it?
No.
Ronnie?
I always think it's great to have some funds like you're talking about. As long as you guys know how I feel about our fire department, as long as we can look hard at replacing these 30-year-old fire trucks in the county, I'd be on board with you.
Mr. Thompson, I'm a big proponent of reserves. I know that at some point in time, and I thought it was perhaps going to come up during budget, that we were going to look at potential ideas of how to structure the twice-a-year taxation funding, and what ideas the board had with that. Could that possibly be encompassed in that discussion?
Sure. All that needs to be in there together. And I think we need to have this discussion, and from that sooner than later.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, shed a little bit of light in some things that this board has already been proactive in moving towards that. And this board may recall that we did do that very thing, I believe it was last year, when we took a portion of the carryover year-end surplus, and this board set that aside for a budget stabilization reserve of $1 million. And so that stabilization reserve is in place as it stands now. In addition, over the last 2 or 3 years, the board has been able to fund a capital maintenance reserve as part of the county budget. Don't necessarily have that balance with me this evening, but we have added back to that capital maintenance reserve when we've been able to with year-end carryover. So there's a couple of mechanisms, whether it's the budget stabilization reserve or the capital maintenance reserve, that are already established. And Mr. Chairman, to your point, maybe taking a deeper dive and look at that and the whole picture with the board, whether it's from twice a year, but then also, I guess, year-end carryover surplus, at the end of the year. Does that necessarily mean that, all the money is spent on items? Rather, a portion maybe are spent on needed items, but if I'm hearing you, Mr. Chairman, and others, maybe taking a closer look at a portion of those year-end carryover surpluses, and maybe that we could apply to one of those accounts, capital maintenance account or the budget stabilization reserve. So I can get with our finance director, Mr. Carter, and I don't know if he has any other comments on that, but we'll certainly take a look at that. And also, we'll be meeting with our financial advisors here in the not-so-distant future and having them come back to lead us in a discussion of some of the larger capital items, the landfill cell number 3 that's going to have to be constructed, a radio system maintenance project, and some other things. So we'll take a look at it.
Mr. Chairman,
All right. Yes, sir.
I would like to see a clear definition of emergency.
That's what I'm talking about right there. It's a lot of speculation and guesses, and I would like to see this. That's what my proposal is, that all these guesswork and all of this is really spelled out and it's broken down. And if there's money there, a portion of that money goes into this fund automatically. We know it's there. It's not none of this, well, we got this, what we're gonna do this, and that it goes there. And that's how I would like to see it set up.
But that's still not a clear definition of an emergency.
Yes, sir, I'm agreeing with you, sir. Yeah, that we need to specify what this is.
Absolutely.
Yes. We've had a good meeting today. I won't go into that anymore. We'll stay that for another day.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I might would like to add one thing and just pass on to staff, that we continue with our negotiations with B2X for contract.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
That we pass on and work on a contract with B2X. We've been years and years and years without a contract, and I think it's time we made one. Or finish the one that we started with.
Is this the one we approved earlier today?
No, sir.
Should that be broadband authority agenda item, Mr. Mitchell?
Not necessarily, because this is a contract. Now, I'm open, I don't know whether broadband authority has authority to do contracts or not.
I think we do.
If we do, we'll bring it up next meeting.
I would think that the broadband authority would be able to do the contracts. We just done this one.
Yeah.
We just did this one.
He just give us a nod over there.
Sir?
The attorney just gave us a nod.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't gonna bring this up, but I'm going to. This public safety survey that was in the book, in our Friday packet, I guess I don't understand it. I look at it as an attack on our Director Ferguson. I mean, he's been director of the county 10 years as a volunteer and 31 years of service in the county. And I guess I'm trying to figure out what the purpose of that is and why it's there and where it come from.
I put it together, and the reason I put it together, I wanted to hear and give our volunteers and our paid crews a voice and an opportunity to put that voice out there, to hear from them direct. And it's not a poke at Director Ferguson. I just want to hear from our volunteers and our paid staff so that they can, if they want to be anonymous, they can be anonymous. If they want to be open about it, they can. I just want to hear from them instead of hearing conjectures and rumors thrown at us that, the volunteers don't like this. Okay, if they don't like it, spell it out on paper, write it out, put it down here where we can see what it is you don't like. Let's identify it. So that we can, and once we identify that problem, then we can identify a solution. It was not an attack on Director Ferguson in any way. It was designed to be a voice to hear from our volunteers and our paid staff.
Mr. Ferguson, I want to thank you for your service, everything that you've done, and backing you 100%. All right. Anyone else? Has that brought up anything else? All right, now we have a discussion on here for volunteerism discussion. Today, in our very beginning, we gave out, what was it, seven different plaques for volunteer. And I think we've got an excellent volunteer program, and what's going on and what folks in our community are doing, because in my opinion, if it weren't for the volunteers, we'd be hurting. And I know that some of the board members are wanting to talk about the volunteer and what's going on. And I want to open the floor up to the board for any kind of a discussion that you'd like to have in general in regards to this volunteer.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'd like to start by saying that personally, I am a volunteer in my community. I support volunteerism, and I applaud everyone that takes the time to go out and volunteer your personal service for your community. And that is in my opinion, is a God-given right that each one of us have to help each other. It's not just helping friends and family, it's helping our community as a whole. And I think that we as a board, we identify with that. We recognize everyone has that right. And I'm going to go a step further. I think you have an obligation to help your neighbor. If you see a neighbor that needs help, I think as a good citizen, you're obligated to help. Now, legally, are you obligated? No. But should you? Absolutely. If you're a decent person, you should lend a helping hand where it's needed. And for that reason, I support this board passing a resolution supporting the rights of our citizens to volunteer to help our community. And that's where I stand.
Anyone else got anything? Anyone else got anything to say in regards to that? I think we have a tremendous volunteer program through our Sheriff's Department, through our Public Safety, Fire and Rescue. I can only echo what Mr. Tatum said. The volunteer through our community organizations, through our local churches, and I certainly support that as well. So with that in mind,
You'll ask, see if our attorney can draw us up for next month.
I'm going to ask the attorney if he can draw up a little plaque for volunteer.
A resolution?
Like a resolution or something, yes, sir. That this board.
I'm sure staff, yeah. Be happy to work with staff and get that done.
Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the time set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibilities of the board. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board or the county. Personal attacks and insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and that are not a function of the local government and over which we have no control are not acceptable. Public comment is not a question and answer session, and board members will not answer questions during public comment. If a speaker violates these rules, we'll give you a second chance, and after that, you will be asked to leave. Madam Clerk, how many do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
Yes, sir.
Call the first one.
Andress Aarons.
If you will, come forward. When she calls your name, state your name, your address for the record, please.
Mr. Chairman, before he gets started at 8 o'clock, I'm going to have to slide out because I have to go to work.
Thank you. Understand. That's a good answer. Understand. Mr. Tatum has to go to work, so he'll get out before this is gone. So don't think he's mad. He's going to go to work. Sorry.
Very well. Good evening. My name is Andrus Ahrens. My wife and I live at 629 Heather Ridge Drive, Rocky Mount, which is part of the Blackwater District. I'm here tonight to let you know that I support the volunteerism resolution that Mr. Brian Wood has presented to the board in subsequent meetings. In the same way that this board has affirmed our constitutional rights by passing the Second Amendment resolutions back in 2020 and also in 2021, I am asking that the board would vote on and pass tonight the resolution, the volunteerism resolution as it's written. And I do want to thank you for listening, and I thank you for working with us here in Franklin County to uphold our freedoms and our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Loretta Yop.
Good evening. My name is Loretta Yop, and I live at 2270 Foothills Road, Callaway, Virginia. I support the resolution of the volunteerism. I want the members of the board to make that statement that affirms our rights, our Second Amendment rights. I want you to pass this resolution as written. I also would like to speak on behalf of the support staff at Franklin County Public Schools. I have been to the school board meeting for the past 3 months asking for them to increase the pay for our support staff. I need you as a board to stand with the school board, and as you're making your budget, make it appropriate that we can have competitive pay and bring in the people that we need. And as an employee, and my husband is an employee of Franklin County Public Schools, we need your help. We have bus drivers that are making a very, very limited amount, less than $58. And these are full-time employees. Roanoke County is paying their bus drivers $96 a day. So we need your help to help increase the pay for our Franklin County Public Schools and the employees that are dedicated to be there and serve our kids and educate our kids. Thank you.
Glenna Moore.
Good evening. My name is Glenna Hawkins Moore. I live in Rocky Mount. On January 19, 1880, Richard Woods, a 45-year-old black man, was lynched in Franklin County, 5 miles west of Rocky Mount. News articles describe him as murdered by a band of regulators, and the coroner's report describes his murder as by unknown hands. Was this mob vigilantes or militia? The Franklin County Unorganized Militia's resolution to recognize the importance of volunteerism is a smokescreen and a clever disguise for a group whose primary aim is to acquire permission and legitimacy to train for intimidation. On 2 occasions, I witnessed militia members operating boldly in Franklin County. One was in this very room when a militia member threatened the Board of Supervisors. The other was during a peaceful Black Lives Matter rally when 2 militia members made themselves blatantly visible wearing military-type clothing and toting militaristic-type weapons in the presence of unarmed adults and young children. Who were they? Vigilantes, regulators, unknown hands, or militia? As a citizen, I felt more secure with the protection of the Franklin County Sheriff's Office and the Town of Rocky Mount Police Department. At least they are accountable. What would be the county's liability if my grandchildren had been harmed by a reckless militia that has the stamp of approval from the Board of Supervisors? A militia clearly describes a propensity for arms. Most of the gentlemen who have come before you don't qualify, age-wise, for active membership in an unorganized militia. The strategy to appear non-threatening is bait and switch. These over 55-year-old conservatively dressed men appear at Franklin County School Board meetings and Franklin County Board of Supervisors meetings to incite, with issues of CRT, anti-mask mandates, and militia. Frequently throwing out quotes from the likes of Booker T. Washington, Martin Luther King, and Rosa Parks. And a few members of this gang have levels of anger that are disturbing. My questions are, who are the real Franklin County unorganized militia members under the age of 55? What is their agenda? And who will be attracted to the militia once that resolution is signed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry Moore.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Before I start, I was wondering if I could request an additional 30 seconds. I'll talk as fast as I can, but I hope to be through before my 3 minutes are up.
3 minutes, sir, like everyone else.
Oh, okay. Well,
Thank you.
I'll talk fast anyway. Good evening. My name is Larry Moore, and I live in Rocky Mount, Virginia. I'm speaking this evening on the militia. The militia has served its time in its day. We now have a standing army, and there is no need for any type of militia, especially one that is unorganized. We have seen the militia activated in the last year, once during the Black Lives Matter protest, and no one seems to know who activated them or for what purpose or where they came from. I do know that they were at the courthouse during the Black Lives Matter protests, 2 in black military uniforms and 2 wearing plain clothing. The two of them were carrying backpacks with concealed weapons and civilian clothing, and 2 wearing black battle dress uniforms with weapons on the hip. We do know that last year, in January the 6th, 20% of the protesters that attacked the Capitol building were prior military veterans or militia. We also know that in 2016, 13% of the U.S. population thought they approved of violence against our government. In 2019, it was up to 18%. And today, 33% of this country's population thinks that violence against the government is appropriate. Now, if you believe in a democracy, then you know that the only mission of a militia is to overthrow the government. Now, this group is telling us that they want to be ready to respond to local emergencies in the event of a natural disaster or crisis. If that is their purpose, why is it that they are not volunteering for the rescue squads, fire departments, Helping Hands, Habitat for Humanity, or any of the other local agencies that are constantly looking for help? None of the rescue squads in this county can get enough members to respond to calls as needed. One thing is for sure, this county does not need an unorganized paramilitary organization carrying weapons. This county cannot afford to pay for the post-traumatic stress disorder associated with sanctioning a militia. Remember, if you sanction them, you own them. I see these same individuals standing at school board meetings complaining about critical race theory. They claim that it makes their children feel like oppressors, yet they want to restart the militia and create more oppressors so that future children will have to feel the same way. Now they can wrap all the black and white stripes they want around this snake called a militia, but they'll never become a zebra. As a concerned citizen, I urge you not to approve a resolution in favor of a militia. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Walter Drew.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am still Walter Drew, and I still live at 210 Mountain Avenue here in Rocky Mount. And I wish to take a second to say that I totally disagree with the Moores, but that's neither here nor there. Tonight I am speaking for the unorganized militia. I am continuing what I started talking about last month about volunteerism and the kind of things that we can volunteer and what sort of things that the militia can train. And I want to basically bring up that I'm 71 years old. She's right, I'm too old to serve in the militia. But I'm 71 years old. There are a couple of you up there that might be inching up there close to my age. But all of us that are that age know that you almost have to go back to our grandparents' age to find a time when we truly had community. For when we truly had a point in time when something went wrong, people would show up to help, and you didn't have to teach Carpentry 101 for them to be able to help. They already knew what to do. They already knew how to do it. I have to commend our German Baptist community in this county because they still have that. When they have a barn burnt down, they have a barn raising, people show up, they know how to build a barn. You don't have to explain to them why it needs to have a loft. Don't have to explain to them why it needs to have Dutch doors or how to do it even. The things that our grandparents knew have become lost because we have become city dwellers. I realize this is a rural county, but I think you talk to most of our farmers around, they could tell you that there are a lot of things their grandfathers knew how to do that they don't remember how to do, they don't know how to do, they just seem to not quite make it down through grandfather to parent to the grandchild. And the opportunity for these people, for any of us in this county, to be trained, to be able to support our first responders, to be able to support all the constitutional rights that we have, and believe me, I support the Moors having every access to every constitutional right that is written in the Declaration of Independence, the Virginia Commonwealth Constitution, and the Declaration of our Bill of Rights. But I support the resolution, and I think it is time for us to stand and support that resolution because it's about a lot more than just the Second Amendment. It's about being able to provide a cadre of people who are able to be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Jerry Connor.
Good evening. My name's Jerry Connor, and I live in Wirtz, Virginia. I wanted to speak about the unorganized militia tonight and let you know that volunteer members of the Franklin County Unorganized Militia informed Franklin County Emergency Services that they were available to assist in storm recovery efforts. At a recent Board of Supervisors meeting, it had been mentioned that the volunteer fire and rescue personnel often spent many hours cutting limbs down trees from roads in the aftermath of storms. This is an extra burden on the already stressed volunteer fire and rescue service personnel. Down trees and limbs delay emergency service response times to all citizens. A lack of volunteers seems to be at the root of the problem. In keeping with our dedication to volunteerism and building bonds with the community so that they may rely on one another in times of need, Volunteer members of the Franklin County unorganized militia were on standby from Sunday evening till Monday evening. 6 four-wheel drive vehicles with 2-man teams carrying chainsaws and other equipment were on standby, waiting for the call to volunteer service should the county need assistance. Additional volunteers were also on standby. Once it became clear that the storm was of lesser event than predicted, some of our volunteer teams drove secondary roads in the neighborhoods and local communities looking for opportunities to help stranded motorists, removing limbs from roads, and in some cases sawing and removing down trees. We hope that our efforts save the county, some county employees or volunteers, some measure of time and energy so that they could better serve the community with what they do. I would like to thank the volunteer members of the Franklin County Unorganized Militia for their spirit of volunteerism and community service. And many thanks to all VDOT employees, sheriff's deputies, fire and rescue personnel, EMS, utility linemen, tow truck operators who worked long hours to help restore our community in the aftermath of the storm. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Linda Shiflett.
Ms. Smith, gentlemen, my name is Linda Shiflett. I can see almost all of you. I live at 805 Patai Road in Rocky Mount. I also support this resolution that's been presented to you. I'm asking that you merely affirm my right, my constitutional right, to prepare myself, to be well prepared, to defend myself, my family, my property, and Glenna and Larry Moore and their families, should the need, God forbid, ever arise, that I'd be called into volunteerism in the militia. I want you to pass this resolution simply affirming my right to do that. And I hope at some point in time, others of us that are interested in defending, not offending the government, but defending ourselves however that matters. I think the Constitution says foreign and domestic. I don't think it does. I know it does. However that rolls out, I want to be prepared to be part of defending as well as volunteering, as many of us already are. So I'm asking you to pass that resolution as it's written. And thank you for listening, and thank you for all that you all do.
Brian Wood.
Good evening. My name is Brian Wood. I live at 310 Bailey Boulevard in Hardy, Virginia. I have been asked the question, do you think your members will be willing to join our local volunteer fire departments? My answer is this. Volunteer service in local fire departments does not exercise or protect our Second Amendment rights. We have volunteer militia who also volunteer for fire and EMS. Those members were on duty during the snow event of January 3rd. Our offer of assistance was for volunteers who serve in other capacities. Most of them spend their time and resources preparing to serve as militia, should it ever need to be lawfully called to muster. Some of the training involved to become well-regulated militia naturally lends itself to also being useful to emergency services and law enforcement should the need ever arise. Volunteering to help cut trees is not mustering the militia. It is a prudent use of willing and able volunteers to augment the already stressed local emergency services. The purpose of a militia isn't to put out fires. A group of militia volunteers can be used to augment a local fire and rescue department during an emergency event, just as National Guard troops, who are also militia, are used to respond to natural disasters and emergencies beyond the scope of local fire and rescue services. But the fundamental purpose of a militia is not fire and rescue services. Our ability to assist in these areas is a bonus to local governments, a byproduct of citizens being well regulated. Our volunteers choose to serve our community by training to serve in the unorganized militia, should it ever be called to muster. We are already serving in fire and rescue departments. We are already serving in the COPS program. We serve in various ways throughout the community. It is our right to volunteer for militia service. We chose to exercise that right. It would be nice to know who among our local elected public servants would affirm our right to volunteer where we choose to do so. The people also deserve to know who among their elected public servants stands in opposition to their Second Amendment right to serve in a well-regulated militia. Would you ask a National Guardsman why he chooses to serve in the militia rather than just signing up to volunteer in fire and rescue services? Of course not. This is patently ridiculous. So why is it okay to ask this of a volunteer willing to serve in the unorganized militia? The real question is, are you willing to affirm our right to volunteer for service in all three categories of militia as defined in state statute? Our members are asking you to do the right thing and stand in support of our rights by voting in favor of our resolution. We're simply asking you to make a statement that affirms our rights in the form of a resolution. The county is not recognizing a militia. It is not authorizing a militia. The county does not have those powers. There's no liability associated with making the statement. The Franklin County Board of Supervisors affirms the rights of all able-bodied eligible citizens to volunteer for service in the three categories of militia. We ask you to do so. Thank you very much for your time.
Donna Cosmato.
My name is Donna Cosmato. I live at 67 Heatherton Lane, Hardin, Virginia, and I'm in Boone District. And I'm sorry that Mr. Tatum left because I wanted to tell him that I thoroughly agree with him that it is an obligation. It's a duty that we have to volunteer to help others. In my case, I believe it's a God-given obligation, and I'm happy to serve my Lord and my Savior in that way. Based on that, I want to ask you to support the resolution on volunteerisms. I want you to make a statement affirming that we do have the right to serve as volunteers wherever we choose to serve and however that may look. I want you, please, to pass the resolution that was written. And I heard your ask earlier to the attorney to make a resolution, and I think that's a good idea. But there's a resolution already out there, and I'm asking each and every one of you to do the right thing for our community and to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Patrick Cosmato.
My name's Patrick Cosmato. I'm the tall half of the Cosmato clan. The short half spoke prior to me. The reason I'm here is because I support the resolution on volunteerism, and I would like to see the members of the Board of Supervisors make a statement that affirms our rights. I urge you to pass this resolution as it has been written. Thank you very much.
Travis Wimmer.
Good evening. My name is Travis Wimmer. I live at 1422 ISO Lane in Callaway. I'm here tonight because I support the resolution. And I'd like to see this Board of Supervisors vote and pass as it's written. I think it confirms our rights as citizens, and we'd like to see how you vote and how you feel about it as well. There's a lot of citizens that feel strongly about this. Thank you very much for your time.
Kevin Larson.
Hello, my name is Kevin Lorson. I live at 160 Blue Ridge Lane, Rocky Mount, Virginia. I support the resolution on volunteerism. I want the members of this board, of the Board of Supervisors, to make a statement that affirms our rights. I want you to pass this resolution as it is written. And I'd also like to say I'm 100% in disagreement with the marijuana issue that was brought up. I would really like to see that not passed. And thank you for your time.
Simon Winch.
My name is Simon Winch from Callaway. Good evening, Board, Mr. Chairman. I would like you to support this resolution. And I hope you grasp the irony that you have an Englishman asking you to affirm a constitutional right with regards to volunteerism. It's not just a right, it's actually our duty. Thank you.
All right, that's all that we have listed. Is there anyone else here that wants to register to speak? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here tonight. We will recess until January the 25th at 2 o'clock for our budget work session in room B75. Be safe, be careful going home. I don't know what the temperature is out there. I don't know if it's frozen back yet or not. Be careful.
It says it's 30 degrees.
30?
January 25th, 2 o'clock.